Hello, and welcome to the full story of my time with Ender Lilies. This is just the my time with Ender Lilies, all four of them in one video. So if you've seen them before, you don't have to. But if you want to see them again, here they are. I've cut out the outros, and that's just about it. Off we go. Hooray! Welcome to my time with Ender Lilies, Quietus of the Nights. Let's just get into the first cutscene here, and then I'll explain some more stuff. Ugh. I've seen nothing of this game. I forget why I bought it, but... Must be me. Hardly believe it, yet here you are, alive and well. Hear my voice? Seem to be awake. And none worse for wear. Did I frighten you? You can thank the priestess for my incorporeal form. Do you remember what fate befell this land? So you've lost your memories as well. Let's be rid of this place for now. It may be best for you to see the state of things outside yourself. This is Stream 1. If you've seen the previous My Times With, you'll realize this is different. I felt like editing this differently. Anyway, more tutorials. Not be afraid. Oh, what is that? Wield my powers as your own. You seem more than capable. Okay. Whack. Okay. Simple. Easy. Another one. Whack. Okay. Whack. 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 We can attack mid-air, but that stops us. Interesting. Is there an up slash? No, these are all just side slashes. ZL to enter. Anyways, Ender Lilies is a platforming Metroidvania whose story I know nothing about except for what I've learned so far. We will be going more over the story in these My Times With, because Ender Lilies has more of a story than Hollow Knight, so I'll be doing a bunch of reading, and you can laugh at how bad I am at reading. Anyways, this is still the tutorial area we're going through, and we just fight some enemies, do some stuff, talk with chat, and here's the first thing I have to read. Have fun. Oh, read. Findings. NLs. Fuck. Names are hard for me. Letter. Dear Segrid, I want you to deliver the amulet unto that white priestess. It's a necklace I bestowed upon all priestesses, but I've imbued it with a blessing. I'm certain the ward will protect her from the threat of the blighted. Wards can be broken and restored, but that is something only a priestess can manage. I count on you to see this through. Yours, Elaine. That's Elaine, right? Okay. After a bit of menu perusing, it's time for the game's reward for the box-breaking tutorial. Because it's a box-breaking tutorial. Hooray! Yeah. Have to break him. What? Amulet fragment. Plus 5 max HP. Okay. Part of an amulet worn by a white priestess. Tiny shattered fragment still glows with a faint light. Okay. I'm trying to give you all the little lore scraps that I can here, so you can try to figure this out with me as I record this or something. Maybe I'll think. I don't know. Anyway, more reading about the lands and such. On the Blighted One. As the mind, body, and soul of those afflicted with the blight is consumed, rot spreads throughout. This rot possesses Superb regenerative properties, granting undying flesh. The link between the mind and body is cut in time. The host is driven purely by the wrath of the blight. Oh, I see what you're talking about, yeah. I mean, maybe. Like, how you fare? Let's rest the spell. Respites. Respite acts at checkpoint. Resting will restore your HP. With spirit and prayer uses, resting can call forth all defeated blights, blighted to walk upon the land once more. Oh no. Like, I'm trying to, using a respite will restore your status and save the game. Okay. You may now access, blighted memories. Rewatch any previously viewed cutscenes that you've encountered. Okay. We have memories. Bunch of stuff we don't have. Save. Game saved. I'm trying to remember other tutorials I played, but my brain's soup, so I have no idea. Alright. Read. There are blighted. Those mine do not fade. This is no saving grace, however, as it is said that they must endure an eternity of pain and suffering. The miracle of the White Priest is the only true salvation for those who come to be cursed with the blight. So it seems like an affection fell upon the land, and they are weirdly unkillable, I guess, from what I understand. Strange. Anyway, moving on. Well, through the catacombs. That's basically all we're doing here. And along as well with stopping for lore bits, we're going to be stopping for funny bits, like the part in the next clip. We're also going to kind of stop for boss fights. Probably first attempts. Or if we get something new, we'll see how it goes, how I feel. Anyways, funny moment. Hooray. You're not disagreeing. Just like, I feel like I need to be there to fully understand this, but... Ah, shit, no. The fuck is this? Okay, dodging through it does not work. Oh, whatever that was. Heal. Oh boy, 5 HP. Hooray. There are a good amount of, oh god, what the fuck is that thing in this? Because I think it's mainly the art direction. It's really good art, and it does a good job of making me question reality. Anyways, go through the catacombs some more, and on to the next reading bit. The Parish Way. 1. Carriers of the rot appeared from the land of snow, bringing calamity to a land's end. Said to be the ancients' revenge, the rot drove people to madness and transformed them into monstrosities. Carriers of the rot came to be known as the Blighted. Very interesting, that one. Anyways, time for the prologue that they didn't tell us about for some reason. Open prologue. Prologue? There's a prologue? I didn't know about a prologue. Let's play the prologue. Interesting. I assume we're the daughter. Well, let's save. And on our way. 2 ways into this place. Well, 3 ways in. Like... There's thick with the rot of the blight. Take heed. To protect her, I must. Destroy, 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 destroy. Oh, she's evil. Ah! And now for a 2x speed boss fight. My review of this boss fight, I was surprised by the stage 2, but it wasn't too bad. I definitely struggled a bit, but we got it. Anyways. I think that's what... Oh, fuck, I've been backhanded. Okay, there we go. I think we won. I was not expecting that. I was supposed to protect you. Touch. Don't touch. Do I have to follow you? Ah, my eyes. I adorned the priestess of the front. She was our only hope against the immortal blighted. With unflinching resolve and a smile on her face, she epitomized radiant tenderness. My sister's letters informed me that the priestess was in poor health. It seemed the burden of her purification rituals was taking its toll. I couldn't rejoice at the peace she brought at the cost of her own well-being. Also, I couldn't forgive myself for not being able to protect her as a guardian. No, it was my own sister who was chosen for that role. My darkest hour, I found Solstice in Lily, who was much like the priestess herself. Even if I couldn't serve her as a guardian, the least I could do was protect her. But then the rain began to fall. Cries of the pain rang out in the distance. The chief guardian called it the rain of death. I gave Lily sanctuary and took my weapon in hand. The rain never let up. Guardian Sigrid. Swing an iron ball to attack surrounding enemies. Sub-skills have a cooldown, limited number of usage. But it can be used in conjunction with other skills. Sigurd guarded the sept to protect the white priestess Lily. Never-ending bloodshed caused her to be consumed by madness. Guardian's Leap. So we have a double jump. Okay. Seattle moment. Oh gee, I wonder why it wants to just go left. I feel like I could have figured that out myself, game. You showed it to me earlier. Combat pretty basic since it's early in the game. I mean, yeah, it does feel responsive. The soul has been purified, no longer imprisoned by blight. In that memory just now, the woman called you Lily. Surely that's your name. If you retrace the memories of the blight in life, you may just remember something yourself. May prove difficult, but can you carry on? Well, after all that, there's a refight mechanic in this game, apparently. And the only reason to do it is to get materials, from what I can tell, by Googling. There's no achievements or anything like that, I guess. Alright, we try that. Fail. Whatever, it's a refight, who cares? And then we go back to pick up the thing you need to double jump for, because it showed us to, so might as well go and do it. And here that is. Soiled prayer beads. Slightly increases maximum HP. By how much? The other ones you said were 5. But these, the rosary worn By the White Priestess's guardians, extensive training took place underground until someone was chosen to be your protector. Okay. Left behind, obtain a relic. It was down, and now it's back to the right and more story progression. Alright. Welcome to the White Parish. Are you alright? Don't push yourself. Take a rest. Exactly. Save. Why do I feel like we're going to come back here and this thing is going to come alive? Reign of Death, Bringer of Light. Yeah, this had taken the villagers long before even my arrival. But did the rain end them, or the blighted? My bond with the priestess is a perennial one. I may not be able to lead the charge in this form, but my blade is yours. Don't look so surprised. You think me, the sort of wretch to leave a child out in this horrid rain? Let's trudge on. Let us trudge on. Have you met before? It seems their cognizance faded, or succumbing to madness. They don't appear to be a threat, but best keep your distance. Blake. Gora's letter. Dear Bale, thank you for your continued service in ferrying the Light Priestess and her guardians. My son hopes one day to be as fine as a coachman as you, to ride as gallantly on as fine a horse. Please do call on us when you visit the parish. Blessed be the tranquil white light. Gora, Chief Guardian. Interesting. I feel like I can kill this thing if I want, but I'm not going to do that. Maybe we can cure him. Or something. Well then, after finding that guy, we just continue right. There's nowhere else to go really, so we go right. And it's just basic enemies, just having you learn stuff, flowers to regen ability counts and your prayers and such. I'm also gonna speed past short little things between moments at full speed instead of the curve, because just there's not much there to curve anyways. So yeah, you're gonna get a bit of a shotgun blast here once it goes to normal speed. I'll be back. Nobody told me of a boss fight. Not really a boss fight, unless he changes, I guess. He's gonna change, isn't he? That or, this pain. Unbearable. Purify. Spirit of the Cliffside Hamlet Youth. We didn't give him a name. I'm going to call him Dave. Formed a art leap and land with enough force to shatter and damage surrounding enemies. And probably that floor over there. Separated from his mother in the midst of a terrible storm, the boy fell off while the White Parish in search of help. He never arrived. Poor thing. Old. Something approaches. It's our little friend. Or rather, it follows. Has sense no clear mind. Seems to be drawn by your amulet. Perhaps they were once in service to the White Priestess. It is their dire desire to assist us. You priestess are a rare breed. Yay, friend! I want to heal. Yeah. Oh, that just throws somebody. That doesn't do anything. I thought that would open this. Well, it does good damage. Okay. Oh, hey, what's this? Read. The parish way too. Soldiers of the nation rose to face the blighted, but struggled in vain. In the end, the prayers of the woman in white saved the kingdom. Her words, the only thing capable of purifying and stopping the blighted. Revered by the people, this woman came to be known as the White Priestess. Interesting. Alright, so we put a little boy out of his misery. We unlocked fast travel. We continued to learn that we are an idiot. And learned a bit more about the parish way. That's about it for that section behind us. The section we're watching now is just platforming, going through these weird mushroom creatures, which are annoying. That's about it there, and now time for a bit of weird, obscure lore that's hopefully going to be explained later at some point. Oh, found the exit. There should be a bench here, indicated by... oh, that was weird. Here we go. I've seen this flyer before. Where did I see it? Interesting. Personally, I assume those flowers are something important. Anyways, we do a bit backtracking because, well, it was a split path we could have gone down. We went up the upper path, so then we explored the lower path. Anyways, and then, well, after that, we go forwards and just a quick, I don't know, call it a lore break, but I'm leaving it in. Exists a place known as the Coven someplace beneath us. Path forward may be flooded, but we must go on. Okay. Well, that certainly piqued my interest to go check out the Coven, but we have to go up and around to be able to do that first, because there's a giant door in our way. Anyways, you get speed, and then a mini-boss fight, and some reading. Enjoy. Mimic! I've been fucking mimicked! God fucking damn it. Have a good night. Gosh. Oh gosh, I've been mimicked. Well. I was so close to seeing her again. Fungal sorcerer generates a toxic mist that reduces enemy health over time. Damage from the mist cannot be blocked. Sorcerer learned much on his travels beyond the bounds of Land's Edge. Despite his return home, he never did make it to the coven where his lover awaited. I'm sad. Well, that's probably everything that was up here for us. Hello, read. Lover's letter to my darling. Upon reading your letter, I have decided to return. I have seen and learned much on this half-year journey outside the coven. I ache to tell you the scorching sand dunes, strange creatures, and so much more. I'll be back soon with your souvenir. All my love. Navil. Anyway, now we just go down and around, open that door that was locked, and then, well, it's time for more reading. Coven Handbook. The Coven is a place for sorcerers who seek deeper knowledge of magic and the Abyss. We help the jointly established White Parish and aid in blighted eradication when needed. You must meet the approval of multiple sorcerers to join researching forbidden arts such as magic of the ancients, wielding a weapon in the tower, and leaking intel to other nations are prohibited. Simple. Easy. The second time the ancients have been mentioned, I feel like they had something to do with this. Anyways, we go to explore the Coven area. It's very wet over here and stuff. We gotta find another bench. It's like, yeah, let's try the refight again. We win. Don't get something. Anything, I guess. I don't know how it works, and Google was not very helpful when I looked up. Anyway, more exploring, and we find a new pickup, and you get to see us pick it up. There we go. Anyway, you were saying, buddy. Pick up Signet Blight 10. Item Signet Blight can be used to enhance skills. Let the residue shed by purified blighted. The sorrowful muck, stagnant but glints with a faint light, allows you to enhance your skills at respites. Interesting. Anyways, I feel like this stuff has something to do with emotions. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, explore the Coven some more until we find something else we can read. Also, fucking water is annoying, because we can't really swim or fight in the water. Anyway, stuff to read, and a boss fight, too. Hooray! Type 2 speed. I'm not gonna fucking dub over it. Fuck. As well. What's this? Read. Parish Way number 3. Witnesses of the priestess' miracle knew they had found their savior. They spread the word of her blessing, and slowly the White Parish took form. The White Parish worshiped no god, rather they followed the guidance of the White Priestess, living so not to fall prey to the blight. Theirs is a peaceful existence, with days spending praying for tranquility over those who have been purified. Interesting, so it's a cult, is what you're saying. Okay. One can't go down, personally. No, wait. Down. Yep, we can go down this way. Go down the other way. We cannot swim downwards. Okay. This is most definitely a boss fight room. Dramatic slow walk. Dark Witch Eileen. Ah! Didn't even let me dodge that. What is that? Okay, that was probably an AoE. Definitely an AoE. Oh wait, what do you mean that's on the field for a while? soon on that. You can. Why not? I do. Really might need to come back here later. Went to do the jumping version. I didn't jump. Yeah, let's come back here later. Let's not deal with that shit. Okay, well, it says we can leave left, but I have no idea how to leave left. Probably down through here, but I cannot swim yet, so we will go up. Go back with the way we came. Well, since that failed, we decide to backtrack to the room with 2 doors, and we find a letter while we get there and read it. The fact that we're at like 31, 32 minutes here in the edit, oh god, this is going to be great, isn't it? Maybe it'll get better as we continue to play the game, but the shortening of streams is not really working now, is it? I'm definitely going to look up, like, if there's actually read. Sorcerer's Notes. I've been studying the texts of the ancients, and it appears that there is the possibility of a connection between the Blight and one of the particular branch of magic. If we could decipher more of the old texts found in the Blighted Lands, we pursue this thread further. Interesting. Gee, I wonder whose fault this is. Anyways, we just explored that right path after saving, and then, well, we're just exploring. That's what this section is, exploration. But we do find a neat little thing. Here it is. Chain of Sorcery. Grants an additional relic slot. A magical chain that links the power contained in a relic. Okay, well, if we had more relics, that'd be nice. Fucking hell, of course, there's a second one. I feel like the mimic pots are a different color than the regular pots, so you can identify them technically. Anyways, more exploration until we find a mini-boss, and here's the mini-boss fight! Hooray! Okay, just take the elevator. Ain't what we wanted to be here for. Melvia, where are you? Sorceress, harness the wind below to blow away enemies before you. Charming sorceress, behest by grave illness, spent her days alone. Amongst flowers, she waited patiently for her lover's return. He felt to seek a cure for her, but she only wished to be with him for the little time time was left. Named 5 blighted spirits. Well, how do these rooms connect to each other? Well, that was sad. Well, now we have both their spirits. That's neat. Anyway, a bit more exploring and doing stuff like that. And then we go try to fight the Dark Boss, or Dark Witch Boss, again, and succeed. And here's her story type thing. Hey, we did it! Hooray. Hey, are you in there? Flashbang. The Coven is lost. The place I fought so hard to protect. Everything I built up on my own hand. Brought to ruin. I risked everything to protect her. Retta, the only friend I've ever known. I yearn for only your safety. Even now I remember the day you eased the suffering of what was once my mother. The day you became the priestess of the fount, Retta. Such precious time was taken from us, never to be returned. Continue my research in the hope that it may ease your burden. But it was all for naught. The bad folly had become my own burden. I'll carry to protect this place, at least until the horrid rain ceases to fall. I devote my time to refraining this magic. Refining this magic. I wish I could read better. Now's the time to put it to use. Spirit, Dark Witch Elaine fires range projectiles, shall home slightly on enemies in front of you. Raised in the Coven of Witches and failed to be gifted sorceress at an early age. Meeting the priestess eased her anxieties and loneliness. Action, Witch Bubble. Now we can use underwater stuff. Dark allowed to submerge, attack, evade any directions in blighted waters. Arcane Blessing of the Witch Elaine lets Lily summon spirits and move freely in water. Some spirits cannot be summoned underwater for balancing reasons. Though she may fade, the ward protecting the Coven shall ever remain. May you rest in peace. Anyways, after defeating the Dark Water Witch there, and getting the ability to swim, we go do some exploring. And, well, lots of stuff to read, some interesting stuff. I'll come back when I feel like I'm relevant. Anyways. Read. Tarnished picture. A picture of the White Priestess of the Fount. Appears that the White Priestess was allowed entrance to the Coven, a space usually exclusive to sorcerers, and a magical tool was made there for her. We're too late. Pick up Priestess's wish. Those who live can carry on the hopes of the lost. Priestess orders they lived in such a place? Priestess's wish. Prayer restoration. A fleeting wish left behind by a white priestess. A white priestess, not the white priestess? Huh? Okay. Priestess, the moment of her death. Well, I assume that means... prayer potency, 80. Yeah, that's what that means. Okay, well, we're gonna go back down. Yeah. Down here. Furious Blight. Feels I had scale. Filthy residue is shed by a purified blight. It's steeped in rage and fury. It gives a vengeful red light. Allows you to enhance your skills and respites. Well, that did nothing to it. lot of them here. Oh, let me down, let me down. What the fuck is that? Well, I'm glad I didn't hit that lever. We can, come back here and do that, right? What do you mean do it now? Oh, I don't even have the speed to get over there. Okay, well that's definitely a lock, like a you're not supposed to be here yet type thing. Okay. So in this section we basically backtrack a ways back, and instead of going down, where we went down to come here to the coven, we go across, I guess, to go to a town. Then we explore that town, and we'll get into the stuff we find in the town when we get to it. But for the past parts, so the magical tool the White Priestess has, I wonder if we're going to find that, or how plot relevant it's going to be. There's more than one priestess, so I assume she had apprentices, and we were one of them. That's what I'm getting from there, and there was a head White Priestess. And then, Furious Blight, so yeah, I feel like the Blights have something to do with emotion and shit. And then, that weird, body amalgamation thing. Yeah, that was creepy, I didn't like that. I wonder what the story behind that is, we're going to have to remember to come back to that. Anyways, back to the grind. Well, at least we can swim. Hello. Relic, Giant's Ring. Slightly increases damage dealt by attacks made while on the ground. A large ring tinged with magic, worn by towering warriors of Land's End. Said to be descendants of giants, its size makes it a viable bracelet worn on the arm of a young lady. Gee, I wonder what that could be. Huh? Drop down? Nope. Oh, oh! What the fuck are you? Jesus. Not okay. And I can't get down through there yet. Okay. All melted in the rain. I spy a shack over yonder. Let's rest our weary bones. Read. True Believer's Note. After the Blighted started to appear in Land's End, many religious quickly began to die out, including the True Way. Seeking hope, many flocked to the White Priestess. It is likely that the Way of the White Parish arose from there and spread amongst the people. Interesting. Well, slots 2. Well, it's a good thing we have 3 slots. Go up, and go right. Seems the path leads off from here. Shall we take a look? We go that way, or we can go deeper into the town, I think. Alright, more exploring through this town and such, and, well, not much note. Anyway, in the press segments, we found out giants' existence. Well, we're probably going to have to fight some, I would guess. That's also an assumption based on the art I've seen of this game. And we get jump scared by a weird enemy. This game has just good art, and I love it, and it creeps me out, and it's good, and I enjoy it. And then we find a note from the True Believers, so I believe there was a religion that was upended by the White Priestess. Could they have had something to do with the Blight? I feel like they did. Anyways, continue. Oh. There we go. Given the choice, I'd rather have lost my mind than this. Spirit, Headless Defender, a knight with a shield at the ready. Well-timed blocks will counter enemies, leaving them stunned and vulnerable. Knight who followed in the footsteps of the hero Gerard. Suffering the blight upon becoming immortal took its toll. He was beheaded for attacking his fellow knights. That could be good and useful. Hamlet Request number 1. Request. Fearless warrior needed to slay large monsters in the forest. Monsters have settled in the forest near the hamlet, wounding many of the knight's soldiers. Reward will be given for any of the fiends killed. Stand with us to protect our great nation. Knight of the Bastion, heal. Okay, interesting. Adherence letter. It is at the White Parish grounds in the catacombs where the guardian candidates endure many years of training. They toil to fortify their bodies and minds to be deemed worthy of protecting the White Priestess. Selected from devotees of the church, it is said that only the 10 finest candidates will earn that honor. Okay, so with that knight, did he become mortal and then get blighted, or did the blight make him immortal? That's my question there, because does the immortality have something to do with the blight? Who knows? Anyway, there's also monsters in the forest that they need help with, so that's probably a boss we'll have to fight, but we didn't go that way. Anyways, and then standard training stuff, like I've seen in a bunch of media, like, oh, train all these soldiers. One of them has to be good enough to protect our princess, or whatever, you know, standard shit. And that was the first stream. It's also the end of the first my time with, because, it's maybe a 2.5-hour stream, but, lore drags these things out. But at least I condensed it down to like 50 minutes for you. I hope you enjoyed. Click any button you like on the screen. And until next time, bye-bye. Welcome to my time with Ender Lilies, episode 2, and this is stream 2, because episode 1 took up a whole fucking thing. Anyways, and this one might 2A as well. Anyway, we immediately go right and find a boss to fight. Alright. I have 3 speed for the boss fight, by the way. Hey buddy, who are you? Oh, it's Gerard. The Viking. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Alright, nope. I think, we went a bit too far in, and we can come back here later. Anyways, since we can't go forwards because it's blocked by a big Viking man, we decide to just, explore, see what paths we can go down, and see if we can't find another way around to get some progress or something. Oh well, we will find another boss fight that we'll just skim over here in a second. And yeah, that's about it. We're just running around trying to figure shit out. What is in here? Fuck that thing. Not dealing with it. Ah! I thought I healed. Did I not heal, or did I take too much damage? What happened? Anyways, after failing to kill that stupid bird, we explore a little bit, and then go back to kill that stupid bird, and get its lore. Spirit of the Western Merchant. Spirit summons the spirit of the Western Merchant, who launches ranged attacks at enemies on sight. This merchant from a western land came to Land's End peddling foreign wares. A vibrant salesman who would light up when touting his rare stock. So now this section is us backtracking to where we were, because we've realized, oh, well, we can't go anywhere. We don't have any ability to go anywhere. All our ways are trapped and shit, so we gotta go fight the Viking Man. And this is what that is. Backtracking to fight the Viking Man, bit of prep for the Viking Man, and then of course I say, let's go fight the Viking Man. And so I'm just gonna speed through the Vikings fight. You basically saw the whole thing earlier. And now it's time for the lore related to the Viking Man! Oh, come on, he is literally one hit. See? Okay, you know, I started... Hold on. The blighted scum, how could they? How dare they? Purify. I hear the muffled voices of the villagers outside my shack. They fear what I have become upon my return to from the fortress battle. I chose to become an immortal knight to protect them all. There are days I wish I would be purified, but the priestess of the fount must not be made to carry that burden any longer. After some time, I hear voices again. But this time they belong to the White Priestess and a child. The priestess once, but a child herself, now cuts a radiant figure. I no longer know the pleasures of joy, but despite this, my cheeks widen in a grin. When madness takes me, will this little one be made to carry the burden? I don't know how long my consciousness will hold out. But as long as I am myself, I will be a shield to protect them from harm. The pain I will endure is nothing compared to their suffering. Spirit of Gerard the Elder Warrior swings a heavy, powerful hammer slowly, but with force and range enough to blow enemies away. A giant of a man, once dubbed the finest knight in the kingdom. He was a symbol of glory and a hero to his village. His altruism made his demise a lonely one. Down Y. Elder Warrior Gerard dives and unleashes a shockwave upon landing. Can break pestilent ground. In the greater the height, the more powerful the shockwave. Huh, that gives me ideas. Giant's hammer. Okay, so you gotta jump. Okay, so it's like a ground pound from Mario. Some of it is too hard, but with a high... Ah, yes. After leaping up... Yeah, that's space. Okay, okay. I get it. He protected the village to the very end. A brave warrior indeed. You are in his memory. Did you two visit him often? We must be the daughter of the White Priestess, then. That's just... I don't know if this is our dad? I wonder if he is our dad. I wonder. Anyway, since we beat that Viking man, now we have access to a new area. Hooray. Which means more lore. Hooray. And now, I'll come back when I'm relevant, because there's like 3 lore bits here that are very close together. Hamlet Scroll. An image scrawled using Agodite? It appears to be a doodle of the White Priestess of the Fount playing with the children of the hamlet under a radiant sun. Well, that's sad. Hamlet Request 2. Warning, the catacombs are off limits. Blighted captured in Land's End are being held in the catacombs. To reduce the risk of further spread, the Blight catacombs are off limits. Also note that harboring individual carrying the Blight is a crime. Report any and all sightings of the Blighted to the Royal Guard immediately. Oh, great. Not the fucking French catacombs. Catacombs of Paris. I think that's what it is. Whatever. The White Priest, it seems she hid herself away with the village children. What a tragic end. Rest now, dear priestess. Mother Priestess's wish? Prayer restoration. God damn, this game is sad. I'm sad. So we had children who loved the priestess, and a priestess who died with the children. That's sad. I'm sad. We also learned there's catacombs, and it's fucking hell in there, I guess. Alright, interesting. Well, we have a new movement ability to ground pound and shit, so we start exploring and seeing where we can use this ability, trying to find where we can use this ability, really. There's also a funny that I'll have here. I may or may not say something after it. Hold on, let me pause this recording. I've reviewed more footage. After the funny bit, we explore some more, actually find the catacombs, and now it's time for more lore bits. Enjoy. Question. Okay, that's a really good block you got there, buddy. Retta's Ring. Retta's Ring grants the ability to parry once equipped. Press ZR at the time of an incoming attack to repel the strike and nullify its effects. The ring worn by the White Priestess of the Fount. The third Priestess of the Fount was a special note in that she was less susceptible to the blight, allowing her to bestow salvation to its sufferers. There's been more than one Priestess of the Fount? Okay, lore. Ah! Oh. Fucking graveyard is upon us. Signs of the ancients litter this place, indeed. Not much has changed since then. In fact, the ancients once called what's now Land's End their home. Their homes, their family, their honor, all stolen away from them. I don't know that I would call immortality a form of survival, but either way, I was the last of the ancient warriors. Once I fell, nothing remained of my era after I awoke. Save my deathless, deathless pact, of course. Which is to say, I think we both feel it's like to be left all alone. Okay, so he was the last person of the ancients. And then I assume the White Priestess made him a little ghosty goo. I guess. The rain's destructive wake closes off many paths for us, though we may unearth ancient relics or hidden alcoves if we stay sharp. Okay. Alright, more information on Fretta. I still have no idea how many priestesses there are from this point or any point forwards. I don't know. It's confusing me. We also know our little friend here is old as fuck. Anyways, we explore the catacombs. We realize, fuck, the catacombs are hard and we don't want to be here. So we try exploring a bit, like, there's some spots, like, in the first starting point of the map we wanted to check out. So we go and check those out and find some sweet, delicious lore. There we go. Thought we tried this. Read. Statue inscription. Stone statues in the likeness of the White Priestess. The inscription below, intact, reads, Princess of the Dawn, while the ruined statue seems to have been one of the Priestess of the Wind? Priestess of the Wind? Locked. You really had to remove my GUI for that? Locked. Alright. At least we know what's here now. So, two priestesses. Priestess of the Dawn, which I assume is the first one, and Priestess of the Wind, who I think is the second one, and maybe a traitor. I don't know. We can't open the door anyways. I have no idea. This isn't even the first door like this we found. We found one in the catacombs like that too. No idea how to open it yet. Oh well. Well, back to exploring, finding loot. And that's what the clip is. We find some loot and some lore. Loot lore. Loot lore. Loot lore. Loot lore. Loot lore. Alright, sweet. Manisa's ring slightly increases spirit usage. Fuck. A relic left behind by the ancients and kept in the coven, once treasured by a woman fond of flowers. An enchantment on this old ring causes it to glow when held by a white priestess. Have fun, Mark. Good night. Swear to God, these ancients had something to do with it. I'm not entirely sure what, but they definitely had something to do with the White Priestesses and all this bullshit going on. Anyway, we can't go anywhere, so we have to go back to the catacombs and go through the catacombs. There's respites in the catacombs. And we find more lore, which I will tell you about after we read the lore. Alright, read. Defense of the Twin Spires 2. After a long, grueling battle, the White Priestess of the Fount was finally able to purify the blighted invaders. From that time on, few interlopers from the blighted lands were ever sighted. Peace had returned to Land's End. The power of the White Priestess of the Wind allowed the Twin Spires to be built, standing as a symbol of the realm's defense. The Priestess of the Fount fought to defeat them. So the Priestess fought to defeat the Spires? Or the Blight? Interesting. That's two. Appears to have been the White Priestess' room. Seems she was an avid artist. Greta's Memoirs 2. Performing the purification brings joy back to the people. I must continue. If only to be of that small service. I thought I was useless. But they need me. As long as I am the White Priestess. Interesting. I realized my reading comprehension has failed me. The White Priestess of the Fount defended the Spires, not defeated them. And the Priestess of the Wind built the Spires a while ago. Okay. And then the Fount, or Fretta, had self-esteem issues, but the people needed her, so she felt better about herself. Anyway, next lore, please. When it's range versus range, always pick on the one with the longer range. Oh, hey! Kiltis's Ring. Kiltis, priestess of guidance and inheritor of souls. Unearthed from the blighted muck, this ring perpetuates the foundings of Land's End. Slightly reduces cooldown times. Lore. Alright, how many fucking priestesses are there? I have no idea at this point. Because, like, are they all white priestesses? Are they just priestesses of different types? And there's a certain line of white priestesses? I don't know. I'm very confused. Anyways, we continue through the catacombs into a mini-boss fight. Hooray! Okay, that wasn't too bad. For the priestess to be the last thing I see, I'm truly blessed. Spirit of the Elder Crypt Keeper fires arcane projectiles that damages and traps enemies for a short time. After a lifetime spent guarding the catacombs, the Elder Crypt Keeper had earned eternal rest. His dying wish was to be interned under the watchful eye of his son, the apprentice. Wonder if we'll find his son somewhere in here. But for now, this is a dead end? That is just a wild guess, because it just makes sense that if a character's mentioned, you eventually see him, right? Anyways, continue through the catacombs into the lore! Fretta's memoirs, 1. Can't believe she vanished the day I was born. No one even told me why. They said that she cut a frail frame. But I knew what was truly to blame. Absorbing the blight at that rate. I wonder if I'll end up the same way. How did my mother live as a white priestess? How can I live as one? So, yeah, I'm probably one of the white priestess's daughters. Or something like that. Huh. Grandma died from absorbing the blight, so I assume Fretta, our mother, probably did too. And we will too die in the end. Probably the bad ending. But we'll figure that out eventually. Me doing analysis live on stream, so I don't have to do it while editing. Anyways, I'm going to give you a long trip through the catacombs again, and then more lore. I forget if I analyze it on stream. If not, I'll analyze it here, and then more lore. Okay, I have a theory. You see the darker pot on the left? That's a mimic. Knew it. Shit, I thought I was fine. Guess not. The next White Priestess. Lady Fretta, the third White Priestess, will take up the mantle in the name of the Eastern Spring. Sylvia will make a wonderful guardian, but the pressure of taking the role of priestess at such a tender age will be immeasurable. It might be better for her to stay in the catacombs or her hometown by the cliffs than spend her days in the castle. The White Priestess of the Wind wishes for us to assist the young lady in any way we can. Yeah, this is what makes me confused. Fretta is the third White Priestess, and she has to take up the mantle, but the White Priestess of the Wind still has wishes, so that's either her will, like her death will, or She's still around, and I don't know if that's Grandma or not. I'm very confused. Anyways, to the next lore piece. Defense of the Twin Spires 1. A plague wind blew in from the far east, and with it a swarm of blighted abominations. The vile creatures followed their lord, the Crimson Blight. They were the hatred of the ancients made manifest, warped into wicked nightmarish form, waiting their arrival at the Twin Spires, where the White Priestess of the Fount and the brave knights would face the new threat to Land's End. Even after being cut down time and again, the knights returned to the fray. Okay. So now we have our main villain, Crimson Blight. So, is the White Priestess of the Wind the mother to the White Priestess of the Fount? Like, is the name generational thing? I think it is. Makes me wonder if Priestess of the Wind had something to do with this, because a plague wind blew, Priestess of the Wind. See where I'm going with this crazy crackpot conspiracy? Anyway, you're gonna get 2 lore pieces with a just 8 times speed bit in between, and then I'll comment. Enjoy. Get back up immediately in case it's not a respite. This is a respite. The sunken cathedral. Maybe the White Priestess and her guardian were here. Does this spark your memory at all? Sylvia's Note 1. The knights and soldiers of Twin Spires haunt me, rising to their feet after being cut down, undaunted in the face of the blight, acting much like those afflicted by the same. Should I have asked the White Priestess more questions? Now there's so many left unanswered. I long feared the priestess and I were lone souls at the spires, spared by the blight. I'm sorry, Sigrid. I became a guardian to protect you. But it turns out, I'm unworthy of the role. It's like 2 sides of the same magic coin. The blight and whatever rose the knights. Sylvia's Note 2. I've never laid eyes on anything more terrifying than the Blighted Lord. A fearful tremble in my legs, and all I managed. I failed the priestess as a guardian. I only realized after the ritual had ended that I should have prevented the creature's purification at all costs. Despite her resistance, so acute was the blight that it took over the White Priestess's facilities. She became possessed. The White Priestess is now our main enemy. Anyway, that's a crackpot conspiracy at the end there. Anyway, so Sylvia's related to Sigrid. Related bullshit, I guess. And then, I guess the knights were technically undead at the spire fight thing. And there's the Blight Lord, which I assume is just a super-powered blight creature. And it's basically fucked up the White Priestess. Yeah, so, I have no idea where this is going anymore. Like, we're reborn at this point. Like, where did we, the little girl, come into all this? And all the other White Priestesses? I have no... Anyway, more lore. The Heirloom of Land's End. The guardian heirloom of the White Priestess is said to house a warding power that protects one from enemies and the suffering caused by purifying the blight. It is unknown who created it or by what means, only that it somehow came into the possession of the first White Priestess long ago. I wonder where it went. Where did it go, indeed? I have no idea. We're just gonna slide into the lore bit here. Greta's Memoirs 3. The nightmare at the Twin Spires is finally over. I've never seen so much death. Never had to purify so many. Unspeakable sights. I can't. Can anyone fathom the pain I bear? Lately, numbness infiltrates my body. A kind of unfeeling, unrelated to the pains of the blight. Were it to reach my right hand, how could I draw him the picture I promised? Somebody's in love. Oh, now we know the blight actually causes the light priestesses to feel harm. So, fuck, I guess. And that she's in love because she was going to draw a picture of something. Well, probably in love. That's an assumption. Anyway, back into the catacombs since we can't progress any farther. You're gonna get a quick funny, a mini-boss fight, and then the end of the mini-boss fight. Because we suck at this game. Anyway, play. Why is that one green? That's why it's green. Because it makes a poisonous cloud of gas. Noted. It's like a boss arena. That's probably our boss. Fallen Archer. Best. Triple. And we failed to dodge. Okay, well. I think we're going in the right direction, though. There we go. Why, even after all those times, I told you to look after yourself first. Spirit of the Fallen Archer releases a fan-shaped volleys of arrows skywards to attack airborne enemies. The kingdom's greatest archer became a sinner to save his guardian sister. All sinners become immortal knights and were charged with defending the bastion. Oh, these knights were punished. Oh, White Priestess. Could it be the White Priestess escapes and found refuge elsewhere? English. Why do I have so many White Priestesses? So what's with the... As if I remember this from editing. What's with the thing on my forehead? Huh. Well, back up we go. And then down left, I guess. Yeah, so those knights at the Battle of the Spire were apparently just normal citizens who did something quote-unquote wrong, I guess. I also make a good point of why there's so many White Priestesses. I don't think we've figured that out yet. Like, what happened here? And then, the thing on the forehead, you saw in the very first episode. Like, what is that? But I feel like that's very much related to why there are so many White Priestesses. Anyway, more catacombs, a bit of lore. And it's a boss fight, which is edited differently because DaVinci Resolve is being annoying and I do not know what I did wrong. Anyways, go. That's our up. Up connects back to another room, I think. Connects back to a few rooms. Looks like a training area, perhaps the one used by her guardian. Oh, hi. Read. Almost missed that. Unfinished note. I'm going to the Verdo verboten domain with the priestess. I know not if any means of shedding the blight exists other than purification. Alas, we won't see one another for a while, Secret. My heart aches more than you know. I long to hear your voice, to hold you, to embrace. How I wish to be with you. Where our situations reverse, you would be the one taking her to this dangerous place. I couldn't bear it. I'm fine with being the one to go, as long as you are safe, Sigrid. That's enough. Ah, that's sad. I'm sad. It's probably also a boss fight. Sigrid. Yeah. Think about you, Sigrid. Oh, fuck. Yeah, irony. Or something. Come on, birdie. Oh, good birdie. Birdie's a bit of a crutch, but I'm sorry for everything. I was not worthy of being the priestess's guardian. I thought I had found a way to protect her from the blight. In the end, my only choice was to flee. The blight washed over the land like an ever-consuming wave. Sheep and shepherd of the cathedral alike all eventually became blighted. Now, my body feels not quite my own, a stranger within my own flesh. Foul mages and their blasted potion. I was meant to be her guardian, protector of the White Priestess, now turned brutal killer. Madness, this is the work of the Blight, or who I truly am inside. Sigrid, if I could see you before there's nothing left of me. You were the one I truly wished to protect. My beloved sister, I only wished. Spirit Guardian Silva. Chains attack with a hammer. Hold to charge and attack. Charged attacks cause more area and cover wider area. Sylvia became a guardian to protect her beloved sister, knowing full well it would separate them. She took on the burden of guarding the priestess. Guardian's wings. Guardian Silva's blighted wings enhance evasive ability, allowing a nimble dodge slide to get out of harm's way. ZR. It's a dash. Guardian wings, swiftness, artful dodges, whether grounded or on the air. Lost rights. When SP gauge is full, press that button plus button of desired main skill. An ancient power that awakened after the White Priestess took on an incredible amount of blight. The defiled souls of the blighted are unleashed to wreak havoc as they did in life once more. Build the SP gauge by attacking enemies, pressing... I assume that's D-pad up, plus a desired main skill once it's full to perform last rites and inflict tremendous damage. It's the guardian of the White Priestess of the Fount. Then we must be close. The blight spreads ever further. It is said the priestess have hold over their senses despite the blight. But this seems far too much for anyone to bear. As important as purification is, a priestess must also think of herself. I dare not say it, but you might be the last of your kin. There would be no shame in running from all this. No one remains who could condemn you if you did. For my part, I want you to live, to leave this land behind. You never should have awakened. Yet now our fate is in your hands alone. I'm sorry. Only you can end the curse of the eternal blight. At the farthest reaches in a distant spring, there are waters yet untainted, clear and blue. This is... I'd say it's peculiar. So she guarded the White Priestess, tried to purify her. The mages were idiots and caused it to get worse. She died in her hands, but her ghost is here. Also, I believe our hair is darker, so that's not good. Huh. This is all very interesting. Sorry for the aggressive throat clear there. It was literally like a claw was trying to get into my throat. Anyway, well, I basically explained everything there. The only thing I want to add on is the blue spring a trap? Is it a trap? Because who was that? The white ghost? Was that actually the White Priestess? Is she controlled by the blight? I feel like we're gonna have a boss fight over there. It's gonna be her. Anyways, continue through looking for new areas in the catacombs we can get to because we now have a dash. And well, we find a monster. It's ugly as shit. And well, we have the item we get from it. Pick up White Priestess statue. White Priestess statue increases the maximum number of uses of prayer by 1. A statue of the White Priestess of the Dawn, unearthed by a follower of the White Parish. She who saved Land's End from the blight became an object of hope and faith. Okay, so I think there's 4 White Priestesses. The Dawn, the first one, obviously, makes sense. The Wind, the second one. The Fount, the third one, I think. And then Us, the 4th one? Granted, there's also been, like, weird little priestesses around, so I have no idea what's going on with those. Along with this line of succession I think I have there, there's also the fact that it seems the Priestess of the Dawn was a lot more powerful than the other priestesses. I don't know if that has something to do with genetic dilution, or just magic. I feel like it's just magic. Anyways, we're gonna go into another note here from Fretta. Enjoy! Greta's Memoirs 4. Always talking about a successor, within earshot no less. Have I outlived my usefulness? Talks of royal blood, of succession. I don't understand. I have no desire birthing a child. I feel like somebody was forced to birth a child. Mainly because we're playing a child right now. That, or as something to do with a area we see later, that you'll definitely make sense. It will also make sense as to why there's multiple white priestesses. But we'll get to that point when we get to it. The exploration and stuff. Anyways, we find another relic. Increases the potency of healing prayer. Relic. A bottle of water drawn from the fountainhead. A spring in the hinterlands where the White Priestess of the Fount was born. It says the White Priestess was named after the place of her birth, and named so just like the priestess that came before her. So there are 4 priestesses. The Dawn, the Wind, the Fount number 1, and the Fount number 2. So we're probably number 5, then. Or is Fretta named like that? And is Fretta the Priest of the Wind? Huh. So yeah, I have no idea how these priestesses are named. Like, one's at least named after the Fount. Like, is named just so after the priestess that came before her? Is that, like, the Fount? Or is that, like, Fretta? It's not very clear how this line of succession works, and I'm very confused. Anyways, from here, we continue exploring outside the catacombs, because we have a dash now. We can go find stuff. And so, there's this one area I know that the dash probably lets us get into. So we go there. We get in there, we die. But then we have trouble getting back in there again. And the funny here is going to show you, it's just going to be a funny related to that. And I think there's a boss fight in it, and we'll get back to the lore when it gets back to the lore. Anyways, enjoy. It's like, I don't know what I did differently the, first time I got it. I don't know what I did differently then, too. Great. Alright, that wasn't too bad. The crows were worse, if I'm honest. What is this monstrosity I've become? Flipside Hamlet Elder. Their bloated body arcs up into the air, landing the force enough to level the surrounding area. The rain rotted and melted the Elder's body, fusing him with his cattle into a monstrous anomaly. Oh. That's disgusting. Also, it's the upgrade from the Hamlet boy. Oh, what the hell? No, you can't do this to me. I know that's how... Okay, we may not be able to go left, but... Oh, don't do this shit to me, too. That one, I genuinely think it's not. we're gonna have to make that jump again. Well, we've been cock-blocked here by some ability, I assume. Anyways, from here, we go do some exploring again. Mainly down to the bottom of the coven, you know, where we found the first weird monster behind the gate we couldn't get past because we were too slow. Well, we have a dash, so now if we repeatedly dash, we get through it. You'll see our first encounter after getting past that door, and then I'll speed it up again, and we'll get to some lore. That was so unfair. That thing, that was barely a telegraph move! Aiden's Archive 3. It took some negotiating, but we've finally been cleared to investigate the Verbotian domain. We've settled on calling ourselves the King's Mage Brigade, though I must admit I find the name a bit silly. My assistant Muriel is with me, though. She doesn't seem to like the shape of the mask I made for her. I may be gifted in manners of the arcane, but I must admit, I lack a proper aesthetic sense. That's a mood. Well, this... it's probably some type of... yeah, this was most definitely a, I'm going to say relatively immoral practice. Light hangs in the air ahead, breathing in any amount of hazardous. We were some sort of implement to mask your face. So I need a mask. Also, what the fuck is that? That is not okay. So this is the Verbotian domain. Who took the priestess here? Because it wasn't Sylvia who was writing all the other notes there, because Sylvia is back in the catacombs. And why did they mention Sigrid? Was this Sigrid's lover? I can only assume so. Because I think Sylvia and Sigrid are sisters. But, how if I know? We can't do anything here. There's one bit of lore, and then I think it's, me complaining, or what's this next clip? Yeah, no, that's a new area. We can't go anywhere in this area. It's all blocked off by either a door or mist, and yeah, no, so we have to go explore elsewhere. Anyways, enjoy. The ancients did battle here. One final stand. I assume there's supposed to be a lore dump with that elevator, but because we couldn't do the rest of this area, because we came here too early, well, we're gonna have to come back to that lore dump. Oh well. Anyway, exploring, dumb underwater section, new area with some lore. Speed, go. Stockade. Those are called gloom glow flowers. How they flourish despite it all. They glow oddly luminous no matter how dark and gloomy the environs. Environs? Looking at them at night helped ease my disrupted slumbers. Someone else I knew was fond of their luster as well. Yes, I see it. There's a lore dock there that I skipped over because I'm an idiot. We'll get it next stream. Hopefully, because it's not recorded yet. Anyways, there's a there's an area with 8 doors. And of course, there's a false pit door. You follow that, down that, into that, and just explore underwater section, blah 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 blah. Not much of note, hence why it's just the end, and the outro is going to play once I stop talking. I hope you enjoyed. Hit any button you like on the screen. They do stuff, apparently, according to a lot of people, I guess. Anyways, until next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to my time with Ender Lilies, episode 3, stream number 3. We're gonna get a quick shotgun blast of lore and other bits here, and then I'll come back and talk to you about it. Alright? Alright. There we go. Executioner's vow. In the darkness of the night, our shadows protect the land's end. We are the judge and executioners of the sinners who lay buried in the depths of the earth. We hold no glory, land, or family to our name, and offer our lives whole to serve our kingdom until our dying breath. Interesting. Before the reign of death, this place must have held many of the afflicted. Oh, that's not a normal mimic. That's a secret experiment? What? Ah! I thought I could sneak away in all the commotion. This is what I got. Hidden test subject. Uses the urn holding the test subject's body as a shield. Well-timed blocks unleash a counterattack on surrounding foes. A heroic bandit who was fearless and confident until he was branded a sinner and taken to the Verbodian domain as a test subject. There he would oft hide in urns to escape the twisted experiments. Oh, this poor dude. Yeah. Well, there's literally people hanging from the ceiling here. Okay, that's not... Ugh. Get me out of here, will ya? Very Furious Blight. Yeah, we found Furious Blight already. So are they still conscious, technically? Like, was that an actual request, or just like a ghost, in the habit response? Like, he wanted, like, this is a prison now, not a castle. Like, was that just a generic prisoner response, or was he actually talking to me? Alright. 2 doors downstairs, and then we gotta go back to the, underwater section. Shut up, dogs. Oh, dogs? I thought there was only one, honestly. That was an accidental. I only saw one. No. Read. Forbidden text scrapped. Many attempts have been made to create new life through magic, the creation of artificial life. It is thought that by guiding a spirit into the body of a babe, the child would retain control of their body while inheriting the power contained within the spirit. The creation of sentient rock foe. Okay. I assume that's folk. As in golems. Sentient rock golems. That leaves interesting implications. I am now concerned. So it turns out this is a prison. I thought it was a castle, hence why I named the stream something to do with the castle. I was wrong, but apparently executioners treated just about the same as executioners in history, how they were more cast off, like nobody liked them because of their jobs. But also, the Verboten domain was doing some pretty fucked up experiments. Like, you saw what they turned the guy in the pot into. That's not okay. They were doing soul manipulation. and I still wonder, even now, are these all out from the dead bodies just echoes, or are they actually there? I have no idea. But in the next here, we will get another note about the executioners, and I'm going to give you 3 more bits, and then we'll come back. Executioner's missive. Prisoners set to be executed will be taken to the subterranean lab and handed over to the King's Mage Brigade. 15 have been named as test subjects. Dark executioners entering the verboten domain must do so in groups of 3. Okay, they were literally giving prisoners up as test subjects for the dark arts. Yeah. Executioner's gloves. Increases damage dealt while at maximum HP. Black leather gloves, sheathed in magic. Dark executioners once wore them as they performed their grim work. Seeing their insignia struck fear in sinners. Interesting. Read. Honier's? Honier's Diary 1. On this day's dawn, my sister's child was born. A boy. Julius is his name. The king's illegitimate son. Born into a family of a dark executioner. His life is sure to be one of much hardship. He will undoubtedly want to know where he came from one day. Thusly, I have resolved to begin this diary so that he may find answers when the time comes. I wonder if Julius has had anything to do with this. Just makes me mildly concerned. Alright. So, any prisoner set to be executed was taken downstairs to the verboten domain, but only 15 were named as test subjects. It makes me wonder if the others were resources or something like that. And of course the prisoners were afraid of the executioners, sound about right. Whether they knew what was going on, maybe, maybe not. And then poor Julius, because being a family member of a dark executioner and the king's bastard son sounds like a hell of a life. We'll learn about more about him later. Let's continue. Slip of paper. As one of the dark executioners, I imagine you are well aware of the verboten domain, well below the stockades, where the blight festers. I have heard the King's Mage Brigade has been going in and out regularly to survey the area, but something doesn't quite add up. I don't suppose you know what they are up to, do you? I wonder who wrote this, I wonder who it was for. Yeah, I think a prisoner wrote this. That not much information has been leaking out of the Vertin domain, but something definitely is, and they're trying to get more out of the executioners. Speaking of executioners, we now find a mini-boss executioner, and learn his story a bit. Enjoy. Your opponent's melee tried to be ranged. Okay, whoa, just in case it's because I wouldn't put this game past that. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and get out of here. Dark Executioner. Faces behind an enemy, invisible range, and brings down their blade on the unsuspecting victim. The nameless Dark Executioner trained in fierce competition with Knights Captain Julius since their childhood. The blood of the sinner coursing through his veins kept his dream of becoming a knight from ever coming to fruition. Oh. So this was a friend of Julius. I would assume so. Like, fierce competition doesn't just mean enemies. But because of what they did at one point, they were forced to become this. I still wonder if the things they're saying at me is conscious, or if they're just echoes of the past. Damn. Well, back we go. Maybe the blood of the sinner means family relative, and they didn't do anything. It's just bullshit. Anyway, I also think, now looking back at this, it's more echoes of their last thing they ever said. Which, for some of them, mentioning the White Priestess is concerning. But now you're gonna get 2 lore bits, a boss fight, which we fail, and then the lore from the boss fight, and then we'll talk about it. Prison here since becoming one of the Blighted, no doubt. Ancient Soul. Item Ancient Soul, used to enhance the Umbral Knight. Oh, so just specifically him. Powerful residue shed from an ancient people, unlike those of the kingdom. Allows for the Umbral Knight's skills to be enhanced at respites. Interesting. So I would assume... Did he have history of being like bloodline ancient? Or what? Interesting. Honair's Diary 2. My dear sister was unaware of the dark executioner within our family. I want her to have nothing to do with it, to live a normal life, but when love blossomed between her and the king, she discovered the truth after moving into the castle. She must have hated me, but there's no way for me to know now. She passed away upon giving birth to Julius. The king let her move into the castle? I thought Julius was the bastard son. Realized the king just didn't have a queen and had sex with this girl's sister before getting married. And then she became the queen, but... Wondered. You know, I entered this room, and the music stopped. I feel like turning around. I feel like there's more to explore. Oh, this is the execution grounds. Honair, Keeper of the Abyss. Okay, hey buddy, how's it going? Okay, that's unfair, you spawned a guy. You spawned 2 guys. I think we have one health. I'm relieved. The White Priestess is safe. The all-swallowing light flowed out of the earth around us. I took the priestess, once of no consequence to me, in my arms and made our escape. Chased by the blighted fiends, we wound up somewhere most morbidly ironic. Fate delivered us to the execution grounds, a place I know all too well. And something happened that day that I'll never forget as long as I live. The White Priestess of the Fount, down deep in Verboten Domain. She who carries the burden of the Blight, who saved everyone I care about. She called out to me for help, saying, I who bear the burden of the Blight and suffer for your people. I have one humble request. Though our roles differ, we each are tasked with serving our kingdom. We are devoted to its protection. To that end, I must ask you let no one violate these grounds. Honir, Keeper of the Abyss, launches a blitz of dark blades to shred the enemy to pieces from a distance. Their short range is made up for with speed. Head of the Dark Executioners, a man of few words, Honir shadowed the Knights of the Bastion. He loved the kingdom more than any other. Executioner was hooked when near a hook point, ZL. The chained hook of Honir allows one to hook and swing from certain points. Jumps and dodges can be performed after using the chain. Okay, there's literal chains about. The chained hook of Honir allows one to jump. Okay. So the White Priestess of the Fount is even deeper underground? The Verboten Domain. Well, he took her from the catacombs here. Where in the world could she have gone from here? And what happened to her? Because, like, her hair isn't dark like mine in that, but that just may be something. I don't know. Let's go into the next room. Great, no. Sorry, that looks very, like, Metroid-y. I wonder if the White Priestess made it out of here. Stagnant Blight. Okay. Well, with the Dark Executioner as an export, they must have traced similar steps. Can't be long now. Ugh. Yeah, there's no good way to select one if there's multiple. It just goes with whatever's closest. Is there a respite up here? Ah, the surface beckons at last. Well, it may beckon, but we gotta go back in. There's a lot of stuff down there I want to check out. So we find ancient souls, so my question is, where did these people come from? Were they just people off in a different land of the ancients, and they've come back and got captured? And then, of course, Homir's sister dies in childbirth, and that's just more weight for Julius. I wonder if we're going to see him eventually. So then we fight Honir, it's like... So, they took her from the Verboten Domain to the execution grounds, or from the execution grounds to the verboten domain. I'm very confused all this. And then, of course, there's another white priestess. It's like, I have no idea what's going on anymore with this lore. I'm trying to figure it out. It's not really working. But now that we have new movement tech, we're gonna go explore a bit. You'll get lore and stuff and things. Enjoy yourself. Elaine's Diary 1. Something made me happy. So I want to take this chance to write it down. I was able to see Fretta today for the first time in a long while. The effects of purification were so severe. She's been bedridden for some time. I can't believe they quarantined her in such a place. They're treating her more like an experiment than someone on the mend. I can't even enter without a mask. I'm not sure how long I can stay, but I want to be by your side as long as I'm allowed. Must get lonely here, but all by yourself. Anything else in here? Amulet Gem. A magic stone used to create an amulet worn by the white priestess. Grants increased protection from the blighted. 20 HP. Spellbound Anklet. An enchanted anklet made by combining strands of magic shred. The blight makes it difficult to walk, and so the Black Witch created this for the White Priestess of the Fountain. Slightly increases movement and dashing speed. And then... Elaine's Diary 2. Today Fretta gave me the necklace she was wearing. It was a gift from her mother, and I can tell she's cherished it for a long time. It's a protective heirloom, embedded with a magic stone. The stone seems to have broken when Fretta purified the Blighted Lord. I'm sorry to say that my magic alone may not be enough to repair it. I'll have to ask that fool Faden to help. I wonder who Faden is. Interesting. Well, glad we found this. I feel as though it's safe to say that Elaine loved Fretta. I feel like that's safe to say. So, they were keeping Fretta down in the verboten domain. They were probably trying to cure her after she purified the Blighted Lord. And just doing fucked shit to her. That's the best I can think for that. And then it appears the gemstones have their own limit to how much blight they can absorb and such. And also, Faden, isn't that the guy ahead of the Verbotian domain? I think I remember that now. Anyways, more exploring, and then more lore and things and stuff and things. Taking ancient land. The result is the blight itself? Is it our end? I mean, yeah, that could be it. But because you stampeded over the people's land, the curse came upon you, and here we are. Broken music box. Slightly reduces damage received from enemies. Thank you. An old lullaby still leaks out from this music box, destroyed in the heat of battle. A note is attached. Dear child, I hope to see you in my dreams. Fuck, someone's kid died. No, I'm sad. Fuck. That music box must have been broken in the town. Like, it wasn't taken back from the battlefield. I feel like the Blighted got to the town for that. And we'll get back to the part about taking over ancient lands later in this episode here. But first, it's back to the catacombs, where you get to see me be an idiot, and more lore. lever here. Oh, you can...
I'm a fucking idiot. God damn it. I hate myself. I thought this had to be a breakable floor or something. No, I'm just stupid.
One of our ranks made it out here. 2 ancient souls. So I feel like then the ancients had spies in places, and they would come back, but then they realized that their people were cut down or something. Like there was still bloodlines somewhere. Just like we don't have a clear timeline of events here. Like, when was the last ancient killed? Like our Umbral Knight friend. Who are these people? When did they come back? And like from the end of the war to now, and then when the blight. Like, how long have we been asleep? Like, there's no timeline here. Like, there's no dates, and it's messing with my mind. I still feel like those ancients were like bloodlines that were in different countries on this continent. Because there's more information about this later in the video. And they came back, and then I don't know what they did, but they eventually died, and now we have the Ancient Souls. Anyways, more exploring until we get to that snowy area that we skipped over before. So, more progress, more lore. Seems so composed. Aren't you cold? We did well to come across that amulet. Seems it helps weather the bitter frost. I much prefer warmer environs myself. Perhaps the good thing about this form of mine is that I no longer feel anything, no matter what I may long to feel. However, a good rest to warm ourselves would do us good before we press on. Bloody Note 1. 1? Oh. Day 1. Knights, soldiers, sinners, even the sorcerers are here for the bastion defense. Why'd they volunteer? That coven gives me the jitters. Day 5. It's been 5 days since the battle began. Never in my life have I've seen so many blighted. This is a, Spire's log. Okay. At least 5 days. Probably longer. Makes me feel bad for the knight. He clearly remembers how to feel. He just can't. Spirit of the Fallen Sentinel flies forward, piercing enemies in their path with their blade. After the bastion defense, the heretic sorcerers gave suspicious elixirs to the soldiers of the Twin Spires. When the rain fell, those who drank the brew mutated into winged abominations. So there was a plot. This wasn't all truly by accident. Granted, I don't think it was ever implied that way, but at least now more modern people may have had a hand in it. My working theory is that the mages got corrupted, and they caused all this to happen because they're idiots. Anyways, it's now castle time. We get to explore a castle. It'll be fun. Too bad this castle sucks dick because it's full of knights with shields and shit. Anyways, lore. Proof of founding. The King's Mage Brigade is a division led by Phaedon, the foremost expert on the Blighted, to develop new means of fighting back the Scourge. Only former members of the Coven are granted enrollment. As long as their work falls within the realm of blighted research, no conduct is considered forbidden among their ranks. The blighted already existed, but these guys may have made it worse by researching forbidden magic. Because of course that's how it goes. There's usually a reason why forbidden magic is forbidden. It's like stuff like this, but the solution can also be found in forbidden magic, so it's a fucking double-edged sword, I guess. Anyway, we continue through this castle very shortly because we keep getting stuck on the same room because, God, I hate these nights. But we do get a piece of lore here, eventually. Enjoy! Royal Aegis Crest increases maximum HP. Crest of the elite knight who defended the king. Even after the rain drove him to kill indiscriminately, the Royal Aegis never forgot his duty. Though, I believe the rain drove the king mad. Like, exclusively the rain. I don't think, like the Blight had to do with it, because I believe the Blight has something to do with the rain as well, because, obviously. I don't think, he panicked. I think he just got his mind taken over. One would hope. A undying loyalty to their king, or fear of what the king would have done to them should they dissent. Anyways, trying to continue through this castle, but again, I hate it. At least there's centaurs somewhere in here. Anyway, we get more lore here. That's all I can report right now. Report from the Verboten Mage. We have learned that under certain conditions, the regenerative rot in the bodies of the blighted is capable of fusing multiple life forms into one entity. I'm curious as to what becomes of multiple souls within the fused body. Do the souls merge as well? With this, it may very well be possible to create a soldier that can fly like a bird. Possibilities are endless. I mean, from a scientific standpoint, that is a very good question, but, ew. Yeah, this all got immoral very quickly. Also, I don't think that's how physics work, at all. Anyways, we make it to the outside of the castle and find another relic here. Watch. Priestess's doll increases the number of match prayer uses by 1. A doll made for the White Priestess by a girl from Land's End, said to honor the White Priestess who saved the kingdom defending the Bastion. Well, that was a mini-boss, but poor dog. It is most gracious. Lily. Castletown Maiden. Summon the spirit of the Castletown Maiden who strikes enemies she finds on the ground with melee attacks. The maiden was tending to her dog when the rain came. The dog nuzzled up against her body in the rain, never to leave her side again. That's one way to go, but I know for a fact that's some people's preferred way to go. At the very least, it seems that the priestess was in fact loved by her people, so it wasn't just a purely abusive, one-way relationship here. But then, of course, the rains came, and just give your pets a pet for me. Anyways, well, we continue back through this area, and then into the castle, to the high point of the castle. And, well, we find an interesting note. Julius's book. In order to defend the Twin Spires, we, the Knights of the Bastion, took the odd elixir and became immortal today. I would much prefer if we didn't have to rely on forbidden magics, but even if it means making ourselves undead, we must protect our great nation. Even when stained with the blight, a knight must never lose his pride in their duty. The blight, the thing to take away everything from everyone here, and they were using it to fight it. Oh gosh, it's not good. Also, there's a thing in here still, but I do not know where it is. They really wanted to protect this kingdom, even if it meant becoming the thing that was trying to destroy it. But they even let the prince, because he is technically the king's son, become one. I wonder if that's simply because he was the bastard son, or if the king was trying to live forever. Now that's a theory. Anyway, continue through the castle, we find a library of sorts. And, well, we get a bit more information on the foundings of the Land's End. And we'll also get some more later. Read. Knights, King of the First Age, Diary 2. The ancients have put up a fierce fight. Although our army outnumbers their own, they command a force of immortal warriors born of some ancient art. These deathless ones who have already forfeit their mortal coils cannot be killed. It seems they can only be contained through magical means. 10 days have passed since the battle began, and there's no end in sight. Why are you calling them the Ancients if they're alive? Like, why would... That doesn't make sense in the naming convention, but yeah. So it seems like, the Ancients did the same thing as these guys did. Make their own warriors immortal through this dark ancient magic. And now it's been their, probably, downfall. Maybe they called them the Ancients because they had been there since ancient times, or something. I have no idea why they called them that. Not even the first book explains it, which you'll see in the next segment after we go through this area again, because, god, I hate these knights. They're just annoying with their shields. And you're also gonna get a quick blip to the second lore bit, because it's really short after the first book. Anyways, enjoy. King of the First Age's Diary 1. I do not foresee our arrival on this new continent being welcomed warmly with open arms. There is sure to be much bloodshed, and though I am prepared to do what I must for my people, I cannot stop trembling. I will keep a record of what follows. I must never forget the battle that is to come. So he is a colonizer. I tried avoiding that word just in case, but no. This is colonization. Why is, by the looks of things, not even the castle could protect them? Yeah, and by the look of all this black goop in the background, I have no idea what happened. The candle factory burned down at the top of the castle? That rain really did just screw everything up, didn't it? Because, like, you see that black goop in the background. Yeah. Yeah. So the king came to a new continent, knowing to have a fight. I wonder if there were scouts before or not. And this battle lasted a while, it seems. I wonder if we'll be informed on how they won. But maybe we'll find out about that in stream number 4. Because I'm gonna actually put 2 streams in this, because we're only at like the 40-minute mark. And, well, maybe it just feels cliffhanger-y to me. And this just doesn't feel long enough. So I'd rather go over the time of 1 hour than just leave you on a cliffhanger. Anyways, to stream number 4. Too bad it's not recorded yet. I'll have to do that Monday. Hooray. And welcome to stream number 4. We start off by going up and left, which turns out to be a gauntlet, like it's a literal gauntlet. Like, you have the doors, they close on you, and you're stuck in there with enemies. And I hate these enemies. They are very annoying because of the shields, and I hate it. I'm also going to use this segment to just ask you to hit the buttons on the screen. You know, the ones that everybody else tells you, and engagement, the algorithm, you know the thing. You've been here long enough, I think. Anyway, this next part, a bit of lore, and then you get a 3x seed boss fight. Hooray! King's Note 1. At long last, the abominable lord of the blighted lands has been purified. I am beside myself with rapt relief. The blighted have tormented us for many long years, but now I control them. Tied as my hands were, I had no choice but to afflict my subjects to deal with those damnable wretches. Now their power is in my hands. It's always power, isn't it? Power corrupts. That's how it goes. Could that be the throne room ahead? I assume we're going to get a boss fight in this room? There's no music? Yes, there is. The King of Land's End. I assume you are Julius. So after the first attempt at the Julius fight and the failure, I decide, I want to go explore a bit more. There's an exit over here. No, there isn't. There's nowhere to actually explore, and I'm kind of trapped. Well, I can fast travel, but there's nowhere to really I want to go. So we have to fight him again. Well, we decide to fight him again. And so you now get the lore from Julius, and I apologize for my poor reading ability. I'm sorry. I've only added to your burdens. As the kingdom approached oblivion, its subjects became deathless abominations. My brethren fought on until madness consumed them, or the rain did. I managed to stave off the corruption of my mind and found myself in the throne room. My blade held over the king, and I was meant to protect. He shook and blubbered in exasperation. The priestess and knights who gave their lives for the kingdom were disposable. This was where the king's obsession with immortality had led us. The king's words, dripping with greed, were the palpable lament of his corrupt heart. It was plain to me, as the blood pumping in that heart also flowed to... I too had fought to protect the kingdom or its people, but my own interests. I only wished for him to admit he had done wrong to abandon me. Sure enough, as I held my sword over him, his eyes were fixed on only me. I had been waiting for this, waiting for our eyes to meet for the very first time. Spirit of Knight Captain Julius. Unleash a series of jabbing attacks with a lance that allows for maximum reach. Advancing thrust can be made by using the skill while moving sideways. The king's bastard son. After enduring a hard life, he rose through the knightly ranks to get back at his father. His tenacity is unparalleled. Hold motion ZR. After dodging, Knight Captain Julius grabs hold of you and charges forward, allowing for a burst of momentum. Oh, okay. While dashing ZRY. The charging strike of the Knights Captain Julius's lance break through postulant walls. The longer the dash, the more magic built up with the spear. This not only increases the attack range and power, but also power to push through thicker postulant walls. Press Y while dashing to initiate attack. Dashing over the distance allowed for magical. Okay. A knight driven from his castle. How much hatred must one be consumed by? To kill one's own kin. I'm going to lean into the screen here. Are her hands darker? Are like her fingers rotting? I think her fingers are rotting. This isn't good. But yeah, I can't say I blame him. The king betrayed everyone here in the fucking kingdom. And just fucking abused his own kid. Well, maybe we can fix shit around here. One can only hope. So yeah, simple revenge plot. In my own opinion, I believe the king deserved it, yeah. And well, but now that we have a new movement ability, we can go back, open the door, and you get some more lore. King's Note 2. The fiend who stole away my beloved son is somewhere in the castle. I will not suffer this trespass. My righteous rage shall not be sated until I hunt them down, for I cannot allow a dynasty of royal blood to meet an end in mine own halls. If only my plans had come to fruition. But no. Hope remains yet. Did somebody steal Julius? Or is this a different son he loved more? Eldred's Ring. Speed up accumulation of SP gauge. An ancient warrior's gift to a priestess. The two were quite close, despite his being a disembodied spirit, and her his master. Though she has passed on, the warrior's spirit yet remains, thinking fondly of the time they spent together. So is that the name of this guy? Eldrin? I think that's his name then. Eldrin. Okay. You'll see why I think it's the ghost's name instead of the priest's name later in the video, for one. For two, we're going to review the text I couldn't read in the cutscene. And then you're going to get another lore piece, because I find a lore piece shortly after doing that. Enjoy. Meant for his corrupt heart. It was plain to me as the blood pumping through my veins also flowed the blood through that heart. Oh, I see. Okay. Because the blood that their father and son, so the blood that connects them. The blood that is mad with power and searching infinitely for immortality at any cost is the same blood in him, so it's like, oh, fuck, I guess. Something like that, I think. Alright, fast travel. There are things I want to check out here. Like the right side of this area, the right side of that yellow area, and also this, because there's something missing here, and I do not know, and there's also stuff down in the area below it. I'm guessing something like that. It's over, the kingdom's done for. Yep. Rest now, weary spirit. Hello. Decayed Crown. Decayed Crown. Enemies will be more easily stunned by attacks. A crown of highest royalty, worn by the King of Land's End. Having lost its former glory, the decayed crown was forsaken someplace far from the castle. Well, I wouldn't say that far. Is there a way in here? Wait. Oh, this is an upper entrance. Interesting. Can't really look down any farther, and there's no way to get here, but oh well. There's stuff down here I want to check out. Ah, motherfucker. Bad horsey. I hope you also enjoyed that little joke I snuck in there with the horse. Just me falling and taking damage. I can say that joke now. Anyways, we continue just scouring the castle area for just whatever little trinkets, lore bits that we can find. Can't really find any lore bits. It's mainly just stagnant light and other things like that. But we do eventually just go where we originally went left. We go right and up, and we do find another lore bit. And unfortunately, another little priestess. Anyways. Priestess's castle memo. Why was I chosen by the king? Is it because I was the first white priestess born amongst my sisters? I wonder if my other siblings are still down below. All I can do is tidy up the room Mother used to occupy. It will be ready for her when she returns. The white priestess we are seeing in the cutscenes is not our mother. She is our sister. We are her siblings, and these are our sisters. Our actual mother is down in the Verboten domain, being cloned or fucking forced to give birth over and over again. Oh dear. Okay. That's probably what's happening here. Oh. There's a way left. It is rather disturbing what might be happening to her, but it's also par for the course when it comes to forbidden immoral sciences. Technically magic in this, but you get the point. Anyways, since we can now bash through the sideways walls that are preventing us from going places, we remember a place, go back there, and now you get a lore bit from it. Baden's letter. I've found an interesting fragment from a stone tablet. It seems to be engraved with an ancient spell. If I can repair and decipher the tablet, I may be able to call upon its magic. I must note that casting an unknown spell may lead to irreversible consequences. I don't think I should inform the king of this, at least not until all the fragments are recovered. Thus, I think it best to leave it in your care. It's not safe here, and the other mages may catch wind of it. I'll be in touch should I learn anything new. Oh, that might be what brought the rain, I think. Well, on the bright side, at least it seems he was smart enough to get all the fragments and not try to cast a partial spell. Oh, just a chest. Stone tablet fragment. The engraving can be deciphered upon collecting all 7 fragments. We have a quest. A fragment of a stone tablet engraved with an ancient spell conjured once spoken. Assembling all the fragments will require a certain magical rite. I may have just been wrong with my assumption of the rain, but who knows what this thing does. I don't think it's good at all. Yeah, I have no idea what that tablet does, and I don't have the slightest hint on what it does. All I know is that now we go through another progression lock section where you need certain things to be able to go through, and we end up in the Verboten domain, and you get some lore. Heretic's Mask. Greatly reduces damage sustained while in Blighted Flog, while in or on water. A mask worn by sorcerers entering the verboten domain provides protection against the poisonous merisma therein. Assume that, helps protect us. Gas. Read. Verboten Domain notice. To my esteemed colleagues, carrying out research in the Verboten Domain is an exciting prospect, but it is also a dangerous one. All mages permitted to work in the Verboten Domain must wear the mandated masks. These masks are stored in the laboratory. They are in limited supply, so treat them with care. Okay. Rest. Relic. Lot 1. We want to be in here. We have to, take up a slot. Okay. That's the exit, but there's something in this room still. No, I'm not sure where it could be in this room, but... some of these little hidden things are going to drive me crazy, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So we explore the domain a bit. Yeah, we get our ass beat. So it's like, let's go to a new area. And we go to this area that's just east of the castle. Between the other underground exit and the castle, that area. Turns out it's the Twin Spires is where we are now. And it's very maze-like. There are gargoyles everywhere, axe throwers, and it's just pretty kinda annoying. But we do get a bit of lore up here in the next part, so once it actually comes in, I don't know. Speed editing is a hard concept. Anyways, I was ranting about bullshit. Enjoy! Bloodied Note 2. Day 10. This battle is taking its toll on the White Priestess of the Fount 2. Will truly be done for if she falls. Day 15. Say we best the Blighted. What happens then? What will my family make of me? This undying body of mine surely isn't so different from the Blighted. I would agree. Yeah. The rain is different here. It falls as a snow of death. Before it fell, this kept would have been held by the Blighted at bay. Sorry, I had a stroke reading that. I think the people here would have kept the Blighted at bay from the main kingdom. That's what that meant. Note on the castle wall. The room ahead of us belongs to Sir Ulval. He is quick to anger and difficult to reason with. You should have business with him. Approach only once you have inquired first with the Knight Commander. Well then, I believe we have a room to barge into. Hold on. Knock knock. Pick up Snowdrop Bracelet. Well, that greatly reduces damage received from enemies. A bracelet made from snowflowers that bloom in chill climes, imbued with the prayers from a night from the fort, wreathed in serenity and past memories. This was meant to be a gift. I wonder if the maker passed, the receiver passed, or if it just never made it there. It's getting sad when you look into the more people-y stories. Like a kingdom being taken over. Yeah, that's always sad with people in the kingdom. Well, mostly, but... What did we learn there? Simple. That the people here had more of a mindset of no cost too great, even then afterwards just regretting it, but it had to be done in their opinions, technically. Well, maybe not their opinions, more like the king's. And then, well, Sir Ulf probably ran this place. King of the Spires, even though he's not really a king, he's just like the head. And then Snowdrop Bracelet. I wonder what that has to do. Don't worry, we'll find out. Yeah, just like when you... This is what I like about lore. Just like when you start looking into it, you find just like the human connection that just makes you sad and emotional. Anyways, we have more lore up front here, which will also make you sad and emotional. Enjoy! Onair's Diary 3. Even up to the moment of her passing, my sister was smiling. Cradling her son lovingly, she entrusted him to me, praying that he would live a normal life. Even though it goes against the code of the Dark Executioners, I have already made up my mind. I will raise Julius. His future will be his to decide for himself, and I will do all in my power to make it so. Well, that explains how he got up to Knight's Captain. Trained by one of the best in the business. Well, continue. So yeah, Honair took up Julius, and then probably using Honair's training and knowledge, plus Honair's connections, probably, allowed Julius to rise up to Knight's Captain, who eventually killed the king, as we saw earlier. Sounds about right, how that would go in my mind, yep. We continue through this spire, and like, god, this place is a maze. It has gauntlets. With what I vaguely know about actual real-life castle design, like defensive forts and shit, this makes sense, because, well, castles are meant for defense, so they're supposed to make you question where the fuck you are, what the fuck is going on, and, like, not be able to fight in, and just being hard to get through, and such. It's just how it is. Anyways. We find a mini-boss to fight, and then we get their spirit and learn a bit more about this place. Enjoy. How much health does he have left? That much. Wasn't expecting that. What happened to my body? What's going on? These have to be echoes. Repeating the last thing that they said before they lost all sanity. Forsaken Fellworm. It hails a breath of toxic mist that spreads over a wide area. Enemies that make contact will lose health over time. Breath damage cannot be guarded. Many children denied a life within the castle walls were given refuge in the Twin Spires and trained as knights. Among the Forsaken, many were orphans of battle or illegitimate children of royal blood. Ah, so the king couldn't keep his fucking penis in his pants. Fucking dick. It honestly makes sense that any orphans of battle would be trained as knights in the Twin Spires because, well, your parents are dead, do them proud. And what's more doing them proud than dying the same way they did, right? Weird logic, but I think that tracks. And then illegitimate of royal blood. Yeah, it makes sense to keep them in the spire as knights, in case the king just dies, with no official heir. So it's like, well, we know this guy's his son, unfortunately. You're the king now. Anyway, we continue going through the castle, and we find something peculiar, and we have no answers to what it is. Here, play the clip. Alright, let's see what's up here. I'm very curious. This is full of water. This is not. What the fuck is that? That has to be... Oh! Okay, fuck. I jump-scared myself with my own spirit. That has to be some type of endgame shit, because that looks extremely important. And if I try to get in here, locked. What are these? Are these what may perpetuate the blight, maybe? That is the only thing I can think of them being. The only reason why the blight still lives right now. At all. Well, our lore piece, our loot, whatever this is, will have to wait. Get out of here. What I think is in the chest is another one of the stone fragments. What the thing is, I have honestly no idea. We haven't figured that out yet at all. Ugh. So, we continue through the castle a bit, and we come back to this respite we've been coming back to for a bit, because it's 3 different entrances from 3 different areas. And now we know what it is, because it looks like a monument. It is a monument. Let's read about the monument. Monument engraving. Sir Gerard erects this monument in the memory of those who fought alongside the White Priestess of the Wind. They fought bravely and eradicated the Blighted, allowing for the construction of the Twin Spires. Their noble sacrifice is the bedrock of our great sanctuary, granting us refuge from the Blighted menaces encroach from the verboten domain. So the Blighted were coming from the domain. And then they went down there to research it. I wonder what they found. I'm just going to say this right now. The geography of this map does not make sense to me, but that's just because this is a video game and it doesn't have to. Just thought I'd point that out because it's interesting. Anyways, yeah, so it's like, okay, the Blighted were coming from there. Why'd we go in there? Oh, to study them. Right. How well did that go? Poorly. Great. Got it. What's this next lore piece? It's kinda interesting. More sad funny, if you ask me. Immortal's Crest. Recover a small amount of HP when you take damage. Crest of an immortal knight who sacrificed everything to defend the kingdom. The lotus and sword insignia is wreathed in the blight. Interesting. Drink before going on forwards. There we go. A singular sword just in the ground here. Congratulations on becoming immortal and blighted. Here's your reward. A crest. That's it? That's all I get? Yes. Can you see why I said it was sad funny? Anyway, we continue our way up the tower. This maze of tower with the weird eye screamer things, which I hate, because they're annoying and they do so much damage, and I can't, like, one-shot them. But that's just me, and that's not, like, a critique. That's just a complaint. There is a difference. Anyways, continue up the tower, and we find a very interesting relic, which has future implications, I think. I hope what I'm thinking is true, but we'll see, eventually. Enjoy. Relic. Ancient Dragon Claw. It slightly increases damage dealt by airborne attacks. A magical claw of a dragon said to dwell in the northernmost mountain of Land's End, which was rarely seen by any but the Knights of the Bastion. So there are actual dragons. Does that mean the scientists, captured or killed the dragon to make the, dragonated, blighted? Or did the blighted... I don't... Just a thought. What I'm hoping is they didn't kill the dragon, and we get to kill the dragon, because it's always fun fighting a dragon. Probably a bullshit fight, but anyways. We continue up the tower. Up, and up, and up, to the very top. Where we find our boss fight. And oh, this is a fun one. More for the lore at the end, but... Off we go. Another boss fight? Is this a flower field? Here of all places. What was a boss fight? That knight. It's a tree. Hey, buddy. Louisville, the Mad Knight. Hey, man. I can see we're a lover of flowers. Okay. Okay, this guy. Oh yeah, that first fight against Olv didn't go too well. I think my hardest thing with this fight was the dodge timing, since I don't do block timing, because I feel like that's harder than actual dodge timing. Although the dodge timing kind of screws me over. Anyway, we do this a few more times. I don't know how many. I'm not checking the footage. We eventually get it. Just enjoy the fast forward, and then we'll get his lore. I think I actually read it better this time than Julius's. Anyways, enjoy. Alright, there we go. Oh, it's raining blood. These flowers are for her. The defense of the Bastion was the longest and most grueling battle I've ever fought. We staved off the blighted hordes, defended the kingdom, but none were left to thank us. Now we're trapped in our own undying shells, just like the blighted themselves. I've dreamt of dying on the battlefield for so long, now I'll never die at all. I see a field of flowers coating the snow-covered ground all around me. The White Priestess was the one who told me what these flowers are called. And I'd ever know the battle. The Priestess broadened my horizons considerably. I was never one for long conversations. I never really knew how to talk to people. She would laugh as I struggled to speak, but never made me feel ashamed. Once the fighting has ended, we may never see one another again. Perhaps it would be better that way. The priestess said she loved this field of flowers. If any yet bloom, would it please her to gaze on them again with me someday? Ulv the Mad Knight. Slashes twice with giant claws, charging will unleash a series of gouging attacks and a devastating finisher, but leaves you wide open. Feared by his order and dubbed the Mad Knight, Ulv seemingly lost his edge after a fierce battle. He continued to protect Snowflower Garden in seclusion. When facing a wall, run into it. The great claw of the Mad Knight Ulv allows one to adhere to walls. Jumps can be performed after latching onto a wall. So we have a wall climb now. Okay. Flowers you so carefully guarded. Polluted by the blight as they become. I find them beautiful all the same. And you could see in the animation or the picture, whatever you want to call it, the cutscene, you could see that the priestess also had the little things in her hair like we do now. And this was who she wanted to draw a picture for. Well, maybe we'll find the priestess. And maybe we can bring her to say goodbye. If she's not too far gone herself. Let us go. He was to protect her. Let's see her in the flowers. White Priestess's Bastion Letter. The cold makes living here kind of hard, but it's much better than that gloomy laboratory. I even made a friend. His name is Olv. I'm not allowed to wander around, and I have to follow Julius's orders. I wonder if everyone else who escaped is well. I wish I could write them letters. So I guess I'll call this one Practice. Escaped. So maybe that's why we see white priestesses all around. They all escaped. And we're just reading different letters from different white priestesses. Ah, that could be something. And that's... Huh. Yeah, that is really good range. Okay. Oh, yeah. I also wonder what this tree is. It's bleeding. Ugh. Yeah, so I have no idea how to fucking pin which notes go to which priestesses. I can only take assumptions, and now looking back at it, I don't think the one about drawing him a picture was related to Olv, but maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, who knows. Anyways, we progress into a mini-boss fight, and lore for that too. Hooray. I'm not done yet. The king. I must find the king. I think he blasted his way through everyone here. Spirit of the one-eyed royal Aegis. The giant knight thrusts his great sword into the ground, creating a shockwave that launches surrounding enemies into the air. Royal Aegis elite, tasked with protecting the king, defended the castle during the reign, only to be betrayed by one of his peers, consumed by madness. I assume he killed everybody here, and those are his last words before he was fully consumed by the madness. Even if they can't die, this is still slaughter. So after that, we do a bit of backtracking, because we have a wall climb now. We can wall climb on things. Also, I've realized that, not during editing, but I forgot to go back to one places where I think that wall climb is required. I'll have to do that for the next stream. But, we're trying to get more stuff, more just gold rooms, which are the completed rooms. There's nothing left in there. And, well, not much. So then we decide to go forwards with our adventure. And we find a bit of lore. I'll do a quick 8 times speed skip, and then more lore. Enjoy. Nymphilia's Ring. Hastens healing prayer? That means power up. Anyways, a ring engraved with the name of Nymphilia, the White Priestess of the Dawn. It is said white priestesses are born with a shining mark emblazoned on their foreheads. Well, it explains what's on our forehead. Kinda. Why is this at the bottom of this lake? That's probably what that does. Oh, hi! White Priestess of the Fount. The fountainhead lies beyond. Hey, Red. I feel like she's not with us, and that's just an illusion. Flowers, both blighted and purified, have taken root even this far out. Is this? This is it. My final purification. Lily. No. I ain't ending this. I'm going to the verboten domain and finding whatever the fuck I can find down there first. No. This is really endgame shit. Nope. We're going back for more lore. Well, we learned a bit more about the first White Priestess, the one of the dawn. Nymphelia is her name. Still, why is that ring at the bottom of the lake? What happened? It's weird. And so I do believe that room is like the final room. Like there's some boss fight, there's something, it just triggers the end of the game or something. I don't know what's in there. But I feel like there's still we still have the tablets, a lot of other places to go through, the doors we can't unlock, the weird thing that we saw in the castle. There's still so much to do, so we decided to go back to the verboten domain because that's where I think all the answers are. And plus, if there's a true ending to this game, I want it. I believe it's in there somewhere. There's gotta be something in this place somewhere. It's just too bad it's an annoying wreck of a place. Anyway, we do get one bit of lore out of Respite here. Ironically, a Respite you can technically die in. Hello. Oh, what the hell? Baden's Archive 4. Coming into contact with a blighted White Priestess does not seem to spread the affliction. Thus, I have collected a sample of blighted flesh from the specimen for study. Outward appearance is not all that differs when compared to the standard blighted flesh. More shockingly, rather, than uncontrolled spread, their bodies all but suppress the metastasis of the blight and its effects on the mind. It's unlike any case of the blight I've witnessed prior. If this discovery can return consciousness through to the afflicted, perhaps I can bring Muriel back to herself. Okay, so now we have this guy's motivation. He wanted Muriel back and she was blighted. But blighted flesh from the specimen. There's a blighted core here, isn't there? And that's what's down here. There's a secret thing in this room. No idea. I now realize that the specimen probably refers to the White Priestess and not like a blighted core, although I do believe there's some type of central entity behind this somewhere. There's probably also the White Priestess down here that we could probably free and get something from, but we tried to continue down this area to hopefully find another respite. We couldn't find it. This place is annoying. It's hard. I was getting upset. The stream, I had gone kind of long, the stream, because I wasn't paying attention at the time. I was more invested. Also, I don't know what the white fluffs in this respite are. It's concerning me. But, hey, the next stream and my time with is going to be a longer one since, I'm recording this around Christmas, so, and since these streams are usually on Monday, I've been back to Sunday, I have a day off, so it'll be longer. But, maybe we'll find some answers. Maybe I'll go back and remember to use the wall climb on the area near the start. Anyways, that's all I have for now. I hope you've enjoyed, and until next time, bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to my time with, Ender Lilies, episode 4. I'm tired. Anyway, we backtracked a bit, and now we have some more lore pieces for you. This is going to be 3. I'm going to go through them really quickly, and I'll talk about them. Okay? Okay. Hooray. Priestess, you're still with us. Spirit of the Chief Guardian hurls a chain fitted with a circular blade. The Chief Guardian, once protector of the prior priestess, suffered in the rain. She wept as she came to know the pain of the priestess's sacrifice. Oh, yet another priestess. Does this spark your memory at all? See, I'm gonna grow up and be a white priestess. And I'm gonna help Mother any way I can. Sigrid keeps me company, but I'm so bored. So, you better wake up so we can play. Got it? I want to tell you something. Okay, talk to you later. The lily from those memories. That must be this poor white priestess here. You want her wish to live on? I see. Then it is fitting that we call you Lily. That way, her hopes will live on in you. Perhaps that is our lot as those who carry on. Though we have no precious memories of our own to cling to, we can pass on the hopes and dreams of those who came before. Lily's note. Sigrid told me that good things come to those who do good things themselves. I want to be her friend, poor thing. She won't be able to talk when she wakes up. All I want to do is talk to her. Right now. If only for a little while. While, anyways. I wonder what her name is. I'll have to ask Mother when I see her next. She's going to be our new sister. Inherited will. Go watch One Piece. That's all I'm gonna say here. Vibrant Plume. Vibrant Plume slightly increases your height of your jump. A feather ornament Sylvia bequeathed to her dotting sister, who never once wore it. Crafted by a sorcerer, seemingly grants the ability to harness the wind. So, the first bit of lore, we have the Chief Guardian, who I'm guessing was the guardian for the priestess before Fretta. And, well, she was just probably a teacher for all the other guardians we've seen, like Sylvia and Sigrid. And, well, when the rains came, she knew exactly how the priestess felt, and that was that. And then the big bombshell of, our name isn't Lily. We don't know what her name is. We may have not even been given a name. But Lily was the name of the little priestess who actually lived in the cathedral? Let's call it a cathedral. And so that's why we thought we were named Lily. And then the feathered vibrant plume from Sylvia to Sigrid. No idea why Sigrid never wore it. I have no idea there. Also wonder who gave it the ability to harness the wind. No idea there either. Anyway, we try going back to the Witch's Coven to go to the area we can't really get to, that we've seen for a while, and just couldn't get to. Still, we could get to it, but then we're locked by a locked door we can see from the other side. So then it's back to the Verboten domain and just trying to find a respite, further progress, or just something. It's hard, it's annoying, and I don't like it. But eventually, we flip a lever by dashing through enemies, and now we can go back to the vertical column room, where we get a bit more lore that I can't read in time, because I have poor reading skills, but at least me reading these out loud is giving me a better chance. Anyways, enjoy. Light existed before I was born to the ancients, long before we both something. I wish I could read that. Okay. Now we gotta get that lever, which by looking at the map means we have to go to the left room, all the way down, then up. Okay. And now we gotta go get the other lever. Because I didn't get in the first place before coming down here. Why? I don't know. I'm the idiot streamer here. Just don't ask me questions. Anyway, we go and do that, and then we get to go down the other elevator shaft. Hooray! The sheer amount of blight that overruns this place is beyond the pale. Hooray, a respite. Too bad it doesn't connect back to any of the other rooms. Let's say 5. Yeah, so then I assume the one off to the right there is 4. And is a respite. Maiden's Archive 1. The White Priestess cleanses the souls of the afflicted through purification by taking on the blight in their stead. White Priestesses are born with a natural resistance to the blight. Their souls are unaffected by it. Thusly, the blight cannot cause them to lose their minds or be driven mad. However, like the afflicted, the effects of the blight on the body still linger, causing the priestess's agonizing pain. If this suffering could be alleviated, the burden on the White Priestess would surely be lessened. This place does not look good. No music means a boss fight. Why, hello there. I guess that's our dragon. Muriel, the beloved. So, White Priestesses' souls are immune to the blight, yet their bodies are not. That was basically what that note was, and if you can somehow clear the blight off the body, well, then priestesses don't have anything to worry about. Also, that boss fight ends very quickly. Oh gosh, probably saw it at full speed anyways because of the speed ramping. Anyway, we go get the other respite. Subterranean Lab number 4. And find another fade note there. So, let's read. In Archives 2, the Robotan Domain, a dangerous place no doubt, corrupted by the Blight, that once served as the home to the ancient sorcerers. If we can learn more about the ancient magic responsible for the Blight's origins, I'm sure it will help the White Priestess. It may even lead to a world devoid of the Blight affliction. One would hope. I cannot fathom the White Priestess was some sort of experiment. Some number of prayer potency, so that's it. And another locked door. No idea how to open those. So, very much implied there that the ancients did something, they fucked up somehow, and now the Blight exists, and they screwed everything up. But if they can figure out what happened, they may be able to reverse it, and, well, fix everything. So, well, there's nothing more we can do here. We can't open that door, so it's back to the dragon fight. So we do the dragon fight, we win, and now you get a long piece of lore, and then a very big shotgun blast of little bits of lore here and there. I'll come back when I feel like it's correct for me to come back. It's going to be a minute or two. Enjoy. Okay, we did it. Okay. Well, that wasn't too bad. Oh, can we not purify her? Oh, that's a twist. It was all too late. Muriel, my assistant, my lover, lost to the blight. You never once laid a hand on me. You have proven firsthand that through the blight may trap us in an undying shell of impunity. It will never deprive us of who we are. I've tried countless experiments to bring her back to me, but it has all been to no avail. Thanks to my constant work with the blight, the immortal knights came to being. And now even the White Priestess suffers as a result of my work. Now that I've defiled the king, surely I'll be driven from my lab. I am truly a pitiable fool without you, Muriel. And yet, I mustn't give up now. Not until your life's work is complete. Not until we save the White Priestess. Please, Muriel. One day. Let me hear your voice again. Spirit of Phaedon the Heretic. Manipulates Blighted to blast enemies. While slow, this deals heavy damage and can blow enemies away at a distance. Phaedon, head of the King's Mage Brigade, became unusually obsessed with the Blighted experiments after losing his beloved. He sank into depravity. Action. Unlock. ZL in front of sealed doors. The magic wielded by Phaedon can open doors, sealed by arcane means. That blighted behemoth. Though its mind was gone, I feel as if it was direly protecting something. Purify every blighted hero. Muriel's blighted letter. Please don't blame yourself. I prepared for this eventually, when I set out to study the blight. I wanted to tell you face to face, but I couldn't find the words. Please forgive me. There's so much more to do. I hope you'll continue researching in my stead. I'm sorry things ended up this way. I'm sad again. Well, down we go. Deeper. Makes me wonder what's deeper down here. Also, drink. Yep. There we go. Read. Phaedon's Archives 5. My repeated experiments have produced unexpected results. I have yet to return a blighted to its former consciousness. However, I have successfully created a new blighted from a test subject that retains conscious thought and the ability to communicate. I'll have to continue monitoring their progress, but by creating a blighted that retains its humanity, have I unlocked the secret to immortality. At least the king will be pleased. I suppose I could call this substitute wrung from the White Priestess the Deathless Elixir, though there's nothing it can do for Muriel. Any trace of humanity left in her has long since dissipated. wrung from the White Priestess. What did you do? I hope I don't have to see that animation every time, but I have a feeling I am going to. There's more here. Hold on. No idea. Down. Oh, there's even more. Read. Sylvia's blight-stained note. 1. The verboten domain is filled with unfathomable experience. The air is so choked with blight, I can't even breathe without a mask. I'm the only one who can protect the White Priestess of the Fount. I'm all she has left. If I drink the elixir, will it give me the strength needed to protect her? I'm useless as I am now, as I've been. I wanted to transform myself. I must, for Sigurd's sake too. Are you hearing it gasping? Yeah, there's a weird sound down here. I'm not liking it. Charge. What the fuck is that? That's a stronger version of the other things. Yeah, it is. Huh. Drawing nearer now, I've never understood more clearly. She's out there. She's at the end of this blighted breadcrumb trail. The Abyss. Whichever respite. Greta's Memoirs 5. I want to see the sky. The majestic... Let me start that over. Greta's Memoirs 5. I want to see the sky. The magnificent blue sky. I had lost hope in ever drawing again. And yet my left hand brings hope. If I can tame it to write, maybe. Oh, to be spirited away by some kind soul. Even for just a brief respite. More hidden in here. White Priestess's earrings. Decreases the maximum number of uses for healing prayer by 1. Worn by the White Priestess of the Fount, bestowed as a gift from the prior priestess. She became the White Priestess on the day of her 14th birthday. Sylvia's Blighted Stain Note 2. Their research in the verboten domain was meant to find a cure for the White Priestess of the Fount, but instead they chose to carry out grotesque experiments on live human subjects. The White Priestess has no heir, so they dare to try to create their own. The mages who carry out these experiments, the king and chief guardian who approve them, they've all gone mad. Just what do they intend to do with all these priestesses? Will they replace the White Priestess with one of these abominations? Something else in here. And then room. Long last. White Priestess of the Fount. Coming here was pointless. Flee. Be rid of this place. It's too late for me. The Blighted Lord. Oh, hello, art design. That looks cool. I have no idea what to do, but... Yep, attack the heart. Yeah, this isn't even a hard fight, technically. It's just annoying. Alright, let's do this. We have the ability to unlock all the doors we've missed so far. Restoring the Aegis Curio. The Aegis Curio, crafted long ago by the ancients, holds the power to ease the suffering of the priestess who absorbed light while performing purifications. Its power has been weakened by repeated purifications by priestesses over many years. The power of an ancient spell can be used to restore this power and help the White Priestess. If you can decipher the stone tablet, I am prepared to restore the Aegis Curio. I wish I could decipher the spell myself, but alas, I have little time left. Who wrote this? What I need now is all the tablet pieces. Alright, let's see how fast I can get through this whole list I've made here. Miriam wanted to save the priestess, and that's why she was working with the blighted. But then she got blighted and faded and wanted to save Muriel, which didn't go very well. Then they figured out some juices from the White Priestess to save the humanity of the person when they got blighted. Turns out that's a lie, because everybody we've found is completely mad and blighted for the most part. And, like, what juices were those? Ugh. We also found out how Sylvia was blighted. Well, she took the elixir. How long has the priestess been down here? She was 14 when she first became a priestess. How old is she now? How long did it take for her to come down here in the first place? And then also, how long were the experiments going on for? These are lore questions I do not have answers to, as far as I could tell. And then the children, I think they're just clones. I have no idea how old they are, if they're, like their physical age and their actual age. No idea. Then the Aegis Curio, why White Priestesses could do this indefinitely. And that was just lost to history, I guess. But we found it. And now, I believe I have 2 pieces of lore for you that I forgot to check. But just enjoy the video, okay? King of the First Ages, Diary 3. The battle is long, but we have emerged victorious. Our attempts to find a way for our people to coexist bore no fruit in the end. The land will be divided into 6 nations. I will rule the land of the end. The land foisted on me is said to be cold all year, and some remnants of the ancients still remain. There will be much hardship ahead, but as king, I must remain strong. Stone tablet fragment. That's 2. So we got this land, which is said to be cold all year round. Why was it divided into 6? I assume there had to be some sort of agreement with other nations that existed on the prior continent, I would guess. Honestly, unsure. So yeah, we're just going around finding the tablets and whatever lore we can find. For this lore, yeah, I don't know why it was divided into 6. Like I said, I think it has to do with nations on the other continent. I'm not even sure if this guy's the king, because the land was forced on him. He may have just been a general, and they made him a king. Just like, oh, let's just have this guy take care of the shit land with all the blighted and all that, and everybody else got the other lands. I don't know, but as king, he must remain strong, so... yeah, I think it was just a general who got forced into all this. Anyway, on to the next tablet. Okay, so I have an order I want to do this in. Stone tablet. Writing on the wall. I was never allowed a shred of human dignity. I thought he might acknowledge my presence, my strength. No, it was wasn't enough that I pulled myself up from the depths of hell to get here. He only ever had eyes for himself, and now he's trying to take everything from me once again. I won't let that happen. I'm going to take it all back. That was from Julius. 800 stagnant blight. There's still stuff somewhere in this room still. Interesting. Well, we figured out what that big red blob thing is. It's just stagnant blight. A lot of stagnant blight. Why it's here, I'm not entirely sure. I think it probably had something to do with Julius's emotions. Anyways, Julius, he may have been planning to kill the king well before the blight came. That wasn't like any blight-induced mass madness. No, he planned that. This was premeditated before. Like, he could have been sitting in the throne room when the rain came, king already dead, or just slightly before it, after. Like, he had this plan. Anyways, to the next stone tablet and lore piece. Away! Read. Elaine's Diary 3. Our conversations were Mandarin today, but I got to see Fretta smile. It's been hard watching her deteriorate more with each passing day. She asked me if I could help make an amulet out of her broken magic stone. That alone made today a joyous occasion. Maybe I'll bring some comfort to her after all. And a stone fragment. On to the next. That word is meandering. I'm an idiot. Anyway. So yeah, Elaine goes to see Fretta again, and like Fretta asks to have the magic stone made into an amulet, because it broke when she tried to purify the blighted lord. So, and that's probably why Elaine has the tablet. I think she knew what it was for, but just didn't know where the other ones were and couldn't get her hands on them. But maybe she would have tried during this, but then the rain came and the blight, blah 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 blah. Yeah. So then, we go off, get more tablets. There's no lore around them. I'll come back when we have lore around the tablet. That's all that was in here. This must have been a room of worship, then. That says. Alright, next. Oh. Hidden in a body with no fanfare, okay. Aura's Ring increases spirit usage. Priestess Aura kills with a barrage of blight. It's been ages since someone has been able to awaken this ring's power. Who's Aura? And where's my stone tablet? Hold on, what? Right, they added another priestess into the mix. Priestess Aura, who kills with a barrage of blight. I have no idea who this is at this time, but I'll come back in a bit and explain what I think. Anyways, where's the tablet? I don't know. Let's go on a wild goose chase that we would probably have to go on anyways later. So, enjoy. I have an idea of where it is, but that idea is wrong, but it does give us lore, so, lore. Found it. Read. King of the First Ages Torn Note 1. I found a small girl in the Deadlands. She didn't speak, but fixed her gaze upon me as she clung desperately to me. I don't quite know what came over me then. Had I gone mad, wanting to bring back a child of the ancients? Was it because she resembled us? Because she was a child? Perhaps a sense of obligation? Perhaps I wanted my sins to be forgiven? King of the First Ages, Torn Note 2. Once we thought them completely wiped out, the ancients have returned from the farthest reaches of the land. They come reanimated by the blight. The children of the ancients were revered and worshipped in Land's End as white priestesses. They were the only ones who could stave off the blight. And though I knew full well the toll that purification places on their bodies, I could find no way to forestall their ultimate sacrifice. Another sin added to the pile. Atonement now seems but a bitter joke. Ah. The white priestesses are the ancients. The ancients probably just naturally evolved resistance to the blight. Also, where's my stone tablet? I'm missing one, aren't I? Yes, I am. I'm gonna have to do scouring. Great. Alright, time for the montage. What scouring means going to every blue room on the map and being like, where is it? Is it here? Where is it? That little girl was probably the first white priestess to an Emphilia. That's why her ring is also in the lake. Lorically, I don't know why it's in the lake, but anyway, we go off on our quest for the stone tablet, even though, looking back, I should have known exactly where it was. Just enjoy whatever lore we find here. I'll come in when we find it. Anyways, go. We are. Bloodstained ribbon slightly increases the amount of blight experience acquired. Steeped in blood, the red ribbon is now stained a deeper crimson after becoming blighted. The girl held on to her beloved ribbon, tainting it as well. Interesting. I don't think that relic has any story implications. I think it's just there to make you feel sad, honestly. Anyway, on to the next thing we find. Weathered Blade, I assume. Blight Weathered Blade. Yeah, Blight Weathered Blade. Increases the amount of blight experience acquired. A kitchen knife treasured by the castle chef. After the madness consumed him, the blade he used to take countless lives became weathered in blight. Huh. Okay, that's just about everything here then, minus that room, which I can't figure out. On to the next area. Another relic that's more there for gameplay reasons and whatnot. Also, that one area where we couldn't get to. It's like a parkour challenge, a platforming challenge. I can't figure it out. It's whatever it is. I looked it up. There's not anything up there that we need. It's not critical. So, on to the next relic here. And what are you? Recorus's ring. Increases SP gauge by 1. Recorus the Ripper dances with spirits on the battlefield, an old relic unearthed when the ancients were destroyed, resistant to rust. So I assume that means I can hold 2 SP things, like that gauge on the left. Interesting, and there's still more stuff in here. Onwards. Another relic that lacks modern story implications, but it's more like lore building or questioning, I guess, for the ancients and such. Doesn't mean much to us, at least we found it. On to the next thing, which is a piece of lore this time. Read. Bloody Note 3. Day 20. The king and the knight captain said that even as immortals we would keep our minds, but I wonder if that holds any truth. My grasp on this body is fading, and yet my mind is still clear. Oh, what a fate. That basically means, to me at least, that as the blight went on in their bodies, they slowly became puppets. More... let me see if I... more... just, yeah, puppets, that's just about it. And they were lit alive during all of it. It's like, how people in comas can still hear everything sometimes. I think, something like that. Next area, directly up. I think the words I was looking for there were, they were conscious the whole time. Kind of like watching a horror movie, and you know that the characters are making a horrible mistake, but you can't do anything about it. And it's just like, God fucking damn it, why are you so fucking stupid? Anyways, we move on to the next relic here. Rusted blue ornament. Increases damage dealt by attacks performed in or on a body of water. Highly specific. The first gift ever given to a girl who grew up in the coven. Lost and washed away by the rain. The engraving on this treasured item can no longer be read. I feel like this one item was Elaine's, but I have no proof of that. It just kind of makes sense to me, but I got nothing for it. It's just an item they thought you would need, I guess. Like I said, highly specific. Let's just go on to the next relic. Hello, here you are. Cracked familiar stone reduces damage received from enemies. A stone once used by a witch to enhance warding spells. Though long time use has left it cracked and faded, the stone still tinged with magic power. I think this one is either like a world building device of how there are other stones, like the amulet stones that gives HP, that just work differently and are used for different things, or it's the same stone, just used differently. I don't really know. Anyways, next relic, please. There's a mimic here. Ruined Witch's Book. Increases aquatic movement speed. A grimoire that archives all manners of witchcraft that has been taken on a witch's power. Oh, and has taken on a witch's power. The rot of the blighted eats away at it, but its power yet remains. Interesting. Witches generally seal their magic in grimoires. I don't know if it's sealed or if the grimoires just gain magical powers. I don't know how grimoires work, but I know it's a thing with witches and stuff, and that's basically what's happened here. But the blight is eating away at it, so I assume this just gives me the idea of there's magic and then blight as an anti-magic. Looks like the blight will eat away at the magic that's not restored, maybe? Not really sure on that one. Anyway, now we just continue going on through a bunch of the rooms, finding no lore, no relics, no nothing. And then remember the actual place we need to go to get the last stone tablet, because we actually saw this door. We're just stupid. Anyways, we go there, the subterranean lab 4, and now a bit of lore, quick fast forward section, and then I'll come back and talk about the lot of lore that gets dumped on us. Light hangs even thicker in the air here, still. Be on guard, what lies ahead is an area sealed off long ago. I said I wasn't going to put anything here, but this area, I hated this area. It's just a time trial based on your health. And it's annoying, and I hate it. I had to go through it 3 times, and at least they don't kill you once you get through it. Like, they could have still made you take damage after you get through the main gauntlet into the reward room, but they don't, which is fine. Just, I hate it. Anyways, play the clips. Journey to all maps. It's the last hidden place, not taking damage anymore. What the hell is that? I'll check that out in a second. Read. The Deathless Pact. Only high-ranking priestesses are permitted to perform the necromantic rites that entreat the souls of the dead. A warrior of the ancients must forfeit flesh and offer their soul to the priestess, in turn becoming a deathless entity. The pact is then sealed and continues down the family line through the generations until the bloodline comes to an end. The ancient warrior shall remain immortal so long as the pact continues. That is the last stone for... This is one of our warriors consumed by the blight. You, isn't it? We were the last ones left alive. An undying warrior's end comes upon the death of the priestess to which they are bound. And the hour of our death has come for my priestess and I. My eyes grow dim, soon only our decaying corpses will remain. Burden, Eldrin, is... The battle is lost, our homeland stripped bare. What fate awaits a people who have lost everything? Hatred is the vilest blight. Unaffected by purification, it festers, rotting one from within. Listen well, Farron, last of the undying warriors. The bond with the Deathless Pact will pass on to a new priestess. I beseech thee, carry us in your memories. Be the guardian of the last priestess of our ancient society. Ancient Soul 2. Rest in peace, my brother in arms. I lost the priestess that I was meant to protect long ago, and have been imprisoned here ever since. Then I met you, the carrier of her ancient bloodline. My first thought was to break the bonds of the pact. By my own hands, I would end it. As we traveled together, I came to a realization. I was once supposed to protect the priestess of this land long ago, and I am still meant to protect her. You are the last hope of the ancients. Together we can free the White Priestess of the Fount. I believe this to be the sole wish of the ancients. A wish and people long since consumed by the blight. Well, that's that. I assume this is just a fast track exit. Enter. Yep. Well, that explains why he's here, and why we have him with us. Well, he was also going to kill us, so 50-50, I guess. Anyways, let's go make this thing with the stone tablets. Let us see what we can do here. Restore the power to the lost amulet. Perhaps performing the ancient spell here will unfetter the protective power of the White Priestess within your amulet. I'll decipher the stone tablet that we've pieced together. Relic Luminant Aegis Curo. Protects from the pain of purification. An amulet whose form and power were restored by Phaeton's magic. The ancients crafted it long ago and dubbed it the Aegis Curo. The power it holds lessens the suffering caused by the blight during the priestess's purification ritual. With any luck, it will ease the burden purification has placed on you. What was that in here? What that does for us, I'm still unsure, but let's find out, I guess. So now that we have the Aegis Hero, it's time to do the endings of the game. There's 3 of them. We're gonna go do the first one over at the Mountain Spring, the place at the very far right of the map. And I didn't know what the endings were, so I was thinking maybe it's one here with the amulet, one without, and then a different one down in the abyss with the boss fight we saw earlier. I didn't know also in here there's a bit of, in the fast forward section, there's a bit of scuff with the stream because, of course there is. Anyways, here's ending A. Let's do the one with first. This is ending A. I've been watching all along. You tried to help, just like everyone else. But this burden is not yours to bear. This blighted world is of my making. I brought it upon myself. Isn't it tragic that the sole purpose of being born is to carry the sins of those who came before? Truthfully, I wish you had been born far in the future. In a purified world, free of blight. So please, I beseech you, go and live of your own accord. The blight is being purified. Are you able to go on? The White Priestess of the Fount is not only purifying you, Lily. She is attempting to purify the blight that permeates all of Land's End. Her spirit is gone, but surely her body must remain. I can't continue past this point. A deathless pact I made with a priestess long ago chains me. Leave the rest to me. Hope you can fulfill the priestess's final wish. For my part, I failed in those very same duties. Come now, don't give me that look. Our journey was one of many hardships, and yet I found solace in your company. The pact will bring us together again, one day. Until then, live and be well. Tender lilies, the truth remains in the abyss, tragedy never ceasing. Wow, not even your credits roll. Okay. And now for a brief analysis of that ending. So, the White Priestess of the Found, I believe, has some sort of god complex, technically, because throughout her whole life, it's probably since she was born, she's been hearing about all the great things White Priestesses can do and such. And then she turns 14, she's actually a priestess, she can purify everything and such. There's just so much weight to put on a person that they either crumble under that weight, or they think themselves as gods holding all of it. So she thinks she has to do this all alone, and that Lily deserves to be free from the blight and to go off. She appreciates what Lily has tried to do, but even though she doesn't think Lily can do anything like everybody before, she still wants her to be free and live and be happy. And the Umbral Knight had a good time with Lily and such, but it's unclear if Lily ever comes back. It's maybe implied that could be like a sequel type thing, but I'm unsure. I don't think there's a sequel to this game. I should look that up. I don't think there is. But yeah, and the Umbral Knight has to stay, and the Priestess of the Found is still trying to purify all this blight. And to hopefully make a blightless future for everyone. But based on the fact that there's multiple endings to this, I feel like that's not or ever the case, really. Anyway, in the gameplay, we go for ending B, which involves going down to the abyss without the Aegis hero. I took it off because I believe that would be ending B if there wasn't multiple endings here at the Found. And so, we're gonna get to that, and I'm going to skip past the credits, because it's credits. That's all I can say there. Anyways, ending B. Is that just phase 1 or is there phase 2? We've done phase 2s before. Ending B. I knew it. Purify. Stop. Come no further. Or you too will be consumed by my blight. Surely you saw many flowers on your journey here. The awful rain of death darkening the skies of Land's End. Thriving on the rain, they blossomed off my blighted body, the root of the scourge. I could feel the blight surging through my form. If only I had control over its spread, then I could stop it at the source. Perhaps a day will come when I can hold back the blight without it seeping out. Not that it matters anymore. I wish the world didn't require that you bear the burden of the blight. You're the only clone of myself left. Lily, even knowing what you do now, do you wish to remain with the Priestess of the Fount? Will you bear the blight together? No. This suffering is mine to bear, and mine alone. Please don't let this be your fate. Please. Ah, now there's a credit scroll. Alright, I'll let that scroll for a bit. That's ending B. Ender Lilies. She whispers from the abyss, bound as one, we shall never be apart. Alright, time for ending C. Huh? Lighted Phantom. Cast forth a visions of the White Priestess. A phantom of the blight since purified, or a blight yet to stain the White Priestess. Curious that the blight should also... What? What the hell is this? Anyways, ending. Credits 1. What's the cost of this? 0. Oh, that's a cosmetic. Alright, so with ending B here, that just kind of turns the godlike complex on its head, I think, that I had for ending A. Because she understands now just how hard this is, I believe, and how hard it must have been for all the priestesses before her, and she doesn't want anyone else to have to do this. That's why she doesn't want Lily to do this, but Lily knows that she has to do this, and that's why she sacrificed herself like that, and why they're now bound as one. But what I think happened is when the Priestess of the Fount cured the Blighted Lord, it just took over her completely, and that's why we fight the Blighted Lord with the flower on its back and such. That's her body now. It's just taken completely over because her body just couldn't handle it, and we didn't have the Aegis Kuro to help do that. So now, fight the boss with Aegis Kuro and move on to ending C. There is a phase 2 that I think it's the same fight, but it does have a bit of a cinematic, I think. I'll see what I do in editing, and yeah, watch the video. Hi. Okay, this should be different, since I have the amulet. Stop. Come no further. Or you too will be consumed by my blade. Stage 2! Shit. Ah, not more, really. Well, that was different. Ending C. It was as if I had been in eternal slumber, unsure if I was alive or dead. The days were filled with nothing but pain. When I awoke, I lay on a black pedestal. I felt a warm touch brace me. The tiny white priestesses were holding my hands. The same priestesses who were made to take on my blight. From nearby, I could barely make out the voices of the coven members. The blight transfer rite was about to begin. The priestesses, knowing nothing of their fate, nuzzled up to me. These children would be sacrificed to keep me alive. What was it all for? The time I'd spent with them was what truly saved me. If I am to pass on a legacy to these children, let it be one of hope, not suffering. But how? How is this happening? Could one white priestess alone have such power? No, that amulet. You made it whole again. All the fragments. All the shadows of our history. The unknowable suffering. You're going to bear it all from now on? See. You came all this way with everyone. Thank you. Freeing us all. For freeing me. You accomplished what I couldn't. You were never just a clone of myself. You're your own person, Lily. You've grown so much. It's time I should be going. I'll be watching over you. Always be together. And credit scroll number 2. True ending complete. Well, it is done. At long last, for each a proper burial. Lily, take heart. You are not alone. The blight may have taken them, but they are still watching over us. And I will never leave your side. Amidst a collapsed world, her words echo out. Thank you for finding your way to me. Stair loop. Allows reconciliations with one's unblighted form. Hair ornament made from a pale flower received from the White Priestess of the Fount. After the blight immobilized her, the Priestess of the Fount gifted these handmade ornaments as a blessing to the other priestess in her stead. And that's everything in here. I'm just messing with menus and shit here. Hold on, I'll get to the analysis in a second. And hopefully you enjoy the rest of this fast forwards, because I don't think there's any more lore we can find except maybe relics. But if there are, I'll have to remember. Anyways. So with this ending, which I'm going to call the true ending, or at least the best ending, at the very least, we learn that Greta, after purifying the original Blighted Lord, basically just passed the fuck out, blacked out. And then the King's Mage Brigade basically cloned her, and then the plan was to use those clones to purify Fretta, so that Fretta could continue living and being the White Priestess. Although, something happened. The rain came, and that just screwed everything up. And I think Lily, was a ninth one, because there were 8 in the flashback, that was supposed to be more of a backup in case something went wrong. Well, something did go wrong. And so, yeah. And then we get the part of her talking directly to Lily, "You're going to do this from now on? Well, you're your own person. Thank you for what you've done. I guess I'll be going, but I'll stay with you." And then, flash forward past the credits. There's been a proper burial for everyone. Lily's talking with the Umbral Knight, and she's free. And they're always with us, and he's always with her. So, I guess that's it. She's free to live her life. And that's how it ends. The blight, I assume, is gone. And she's still a bit blighted, but I don't think it really matters. Unless there's a sequel, which I don't think there is. There might be one in the works. I think this game is like 2 years old? I have no idea. Anyway, on the topic of the relics, like I said in the ending clip there are more relics. I did a bad job at reading them because I went from lore mode in hunting mode, just like, oh, I gotta find everything. And so, there are more relics, and I'll talk about their lore implication and shit when we get to them. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed. Have I told you to fucking press buttons on screen? You should do that. I don't know what else to say here. On to the relics. There it is. Still more. That's the Weathered Necklace, Immortal's Crest, Asina's Ring, Aura's Ring, Kiltis's Ring. God damn it, I just realized. I did it again, because I'm searching for shit. I'm not, actually reading these. So, how about I come back to this point and hopefully remember myself? Anyway, blighted appendage. A tainted extraction from a blighted subjected to various experiments, given magical properties and fashioned into a tool by a heretical sorcerer. And then, Weathered Necklace. Grab some HP. A mysterious necklace found in the blighted lands, once worn by the ancients. It said the ancients ruled the world, wielding a long-forgotten form of magic. Hopefully now I can actually have those in the video. So you get a 2-for-1 deal on those relics there, because I'm an idiot, but I think it ties... They're both tied together, because the blighted thing experiment in the jar, essentially, was given magic properties and fashioned into a tool, essentially. And that the ancients were able to rule the world using a long-forgotten form of magic. They probably just had control over the blight somehow, some way. Because all our enemies in this are blighted. It's not like we fight actual people. So we gain HP from blighted enemies. So I think those two are tied. I think the ancients basically had control over the blight. I believe the next thing here is a relic 2? Yes, or another relic. Play it. So we have Calvia's Ring. Reduces cooldowns times. A ring of the ancients that lay dormant deep below the earth. A set of ancients lived underground alongside the blight, flowing from the depths. They were called priestesses. Obtain all relics. There we go. So then the priestesses just were actually controllers of the blight. That's why they're not affected by the blight. Something happened that caused the blight to not cooperate, and here we are now. Yeah, did you see why I said they basically had control over the blight? Because they technically did. It was the priestesses. And just whatever magic or genetic line. It's like, it's still not really explained. Anyways, I believe we have 2 things of spirits, because we were going for achievements at this point. We have 2 spirits to catch, so I'll chime back in after we catch those spirits. Was this Pokemon? Yes, it is. Anyways. Verboten Champion. Leap upwards with the Verboten Champion, shredding airborne enemies with his razor-sharp claws. Despite being blighted in battle, driven by some purpose, this former knight was able to cling to his humanity. Escaping the stockade, he headed to the verboten domain quarter and entered Faden's lab. And then he was put in this box and never spoke up again. Okay. This makes me think the Blight is like a fight of wills. Like, if you have a strong enough will, you can resist it. But it will just wear you down eventually. I also think the champion here knew what was going on here, and that's why he went to Faden's lab. Just a last cry for help me before I fucking lose it. Anyway, time for the next spirit. Incompetent Sinner. The incompetent sinner will grab a hold of you and dart forward, propelling you some distance. A sinner sealed in the subterranean lab. Once a curious and bold man, he ventured into the blighted and forbidden verboten domain. His blighted form was found sometime later, non-violent and lucid. Huh, that's, strange. Well, that's every blighted. I would assume that also means that is every last bit of lore we can get out of this place. We have all findings. Yeah. All findings, all spirits, all relics. And that's just about it. So, I'm gonna continue to play this for a while, and I'll let, Editing Me give you my opinion on this game. Take it away, Editing Me. Thanks, live streamer me. First off, let's start with the, incompetent sinner here. I don't know why he was non-violent and lucid. Maybe he just accepted, or maybe he was an ancient, so he was able to remain lucid. Like, why else would he go down there? It's like, oh, he was a fool, he was an idiot. No, maybe he knew, but he just couldn't do anything about it. And so he just became blighted, because he'd rather be blighted by the curse of his people than just die in this kingdom that hates him. Also, now for my review of this game. I give it a play it out of should I. That's how we do reviews around here. Should I play it? Yeah, you should. I liked it, I enjoyed it. Metroidvanias, I generally enjoy those. Combat, it's simple but hard to master, I would say. Just like, I believe anybody could get through this game, even to the true ending, if just given enough time. It had a good story, which I'll talk about here in a minute. Yeah, the gameplay, the story, I loved the music and the art direction. That was really great in my opinion, I loved it. But yeah, that's my review. Play it out of 10. Play it out of should I. So, now for the story. How it was told, just like findings and just general pieces, bits in there. That is just a way to do lore, of course. It's just like one of the box standard ways when you have more open world and type shit. Then, I don't know if I would do it differently. I don't know. It's just like I like having the full picture. It just feels like it's easy to miss stuff. But I'm also one of the scouring types, so I will just go and look for shit. So, how I think this, comes out from like a world building perspective. You initially had the ancients, and I think they created the blight. The blight was not like an innate thing. They created it, and they used it, or the priestesses made it, or something. I don't think they found it. I think they created it and brought it into the world. So then they had mastery over it and such, and blah blah blah. But they got complacent. People were blighted. They tried using it to their advantage with the blight to make the immortal soldiers, but magic and invasion came in, and the ancients were basically wiped out. But as we know, the king of the first age did find a white priestess as a child, and of course the Umbral Knight was there with her. The king couldn't see him, but he was probably there to protect her, because she was just a child. And so he took her in for whatever reason. Probably just standard humanity. Like, oh, it's a child, I must protect children. Because that's, like, hardwired into humans and shit. So then, the first white priestess, the white parish. And then just, like, they just forgot about the blight, and then it came back. And just, like, eventually, the blight just got too much and all the knowledge from the ancients was just lost. So then when we have Fretta, the priestess of the fount, she's purifying all these people, and all the blighted, and just at the Twin Spires and stuff, and just so much blight on her, and then the blighted lord comes along, she purifies him, and it just all breaks. And they're like, ah, fuck, she didn't have a kid. So then they gotta figure out a way to bring her back, or get another White Priestess, because the White Priestesses are of the ancient line, which was wiped out. There is no more bloodline. So they do all these horrible experiments to her, they make these weird elixirs, and then, for one reason or another, I don't know why, I don't think it was ever explained why, but the rain came. I feel like it was Fretta who actually made the rain come. Just like maybe not fully conscious or lucid interactions, and it just started raining. She was sad, and she just wanted it all to go away. Maybe a bit of revenge. So the whole place just burned to a crisp. Everything lost to the blight. And then of course come along, we free the heroes, we purify what we can, and then of course we find the tablets, the ages Kyo, and we go down to the abyss, save Fretta, purify everything. There's no more blight anymore, I don't think. But we go off to live our own life. Probably somewhere in one of the 5 other kingdoms, because there were other kingdoms when the place was initially divided after being colonialized. Whether they had their own light abyss areas, or whether something has gone wrong there, because this was a bad piece of land. That's what the king's note said, right? It was forced upon him. I don't even think he was a king at first, he just became a king. But because of the verboten domain, it was a bad piece of land, nobody wanted it. Here, it's yours. Make it yours. So I think in other parts of the world, unless there's blight there too, it's probably fine, and she can just live a normal life, just looking a bit weird being a sideshow. But the world is saved. Nobody else may know it, but I don't think she cares. I think she's just happy to be able to be her own person. She has the Umbral Knight with her at all times, so yeah. I think it's a good ending. Anyways, that's gonna be it for this video. I don't know if if they still fast forward. I've been talking for like, what, 6 minutes? So, our next game is probably going to be Patrick, SpongeBob. That's what my friends told me to play, SpongeBob. African Bikini Bottom and then Cosmic Shake. So, I don't think there's much story there, but I can just make highlights. There's no funny moments from this, because it wasn't really, I couldn't find any, really. I just gave up after a point. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the series and everything, and, well, until next time, bye-bye!